Oh? Hello? Where am I? Hello? Where am I? Hello? Hi, Invisi-G. Nope. Hang on. That's fine. What is happening right now? My computer, it's mad at me. Hang on. Vignon's not happy with me for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, I love the, look at the closed caption. I promise the country of Vietnam is totally fine with me. I promise. However, Vignon perhaps is not. It's not responding. Is this the new model? No. The new model? What new model? Am I supposed to have a new model? I didn't know I was gonna have a new model. Oh, it's mad at me. Why is it so mad at me? Hello, Vignon? Why am I not here? Oh, I know why I'm missing. Oh no. Oh man, this actually might screw things up a good bit. Oh boy. So I can tell you what went wrong, and I didn't think this through. I moved the folder that Squiiji is in. That's why I'm missing. That's why I'm missing. I moved the folder, so it doesn't know where it is now, and that means that, ooh, everything's gonna be a little bit strange today, potentially. Could you hear Gary? Did you hear Gary say that? I also did some to try and fix VTS Pog this morning. Squiiji's a whole ski resort? Yeah, it's me. I am the ski resort. It's almost like we can still hear Squiiji's voice, living on inside of our mind and in our memories. I will live on in all of your hearts. Where the heck is the folder that I put it in? It's in here? Yep. And then it's in here? Yep. And then... is this the finished one? I think it's this one. Yeah. Is this Squiiji? Yes. I've returned! I've not turned into a log house! I'm back! It's okay. Everything's all goofed up on my desk, and I'm not looking the right way, because I wasn't looking the correct direction when it loaded me in. Hang on. Put that there, and then... bam. Now everything is as it should be. Hi! I've returned and I'm not small. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I can smallify myself for you. I think that's only fair. Because you did that while I was missing. Let me find smallification. I think that's in here, perhaps? I'm gonna have to... oh boy, fix a couple of things. Hi, EG, ran late to your own stream? Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. The ghost of EG's past decided to take vengeance on me. Past EG was doing a little reorganization of the folders. Because I was like, oh, that's a good thing to do. I need to do a little bit of spring cleaning, I say, as if it is even spring at this point. Just because I have so much nonsense in my EG folder, it's so perplexing. It is so unhelpful how much stuff is in that folder, all of which is not in its own folders. A lot of things just like float around. So I was like, what can I like condense? So I did find some things to condense into folders, and by having done that, I think I have angered the Vignon gods. Ooh, and I can't even find the short. Where's the short button? I don't know if I can find short button. Hang on, snack time, no. Here, as oh wait, I can't even use that to fix it, hang on. Ooh, interesting. Yes, YouTube chat is broken. The overlay is not working. I love scheduling my streams in advance, because it seems like a nice thing to do that makes my days the rest of the week more relaxing, so I don't have to try and schedule things day of, which is something that was not good for my blood pressure. Actually, I can't find small g. I am so sorry. Wait, hang on, wait. Can I override it? Can I just redeem it? Can I redeem it, or is it on cooldown? As soon as it's not on cooldown, I'll redeem small EG. Hang on, where's shortification beam? Can I do it? Will it let me? Ah, it's on cooldown. Let me remind me and I will use it on myself. I forget that I can do it through that overlay. Got it. I can't find it elsewhere! But yeah, so YouTube, for as much as it is really nice that I can schedule my streams in advance and have all my thumbnails up and all of that, so that way also people who are viewing on that end can like plan around when I'm going to be live, because they can see in real time, in their time, when I'm going to be live. It is a complete gamble, it seems, whether or not the chat will work the day of. I do not know how it chooses which chat is going to show up. I do not know. but it's a gamble. It seems like one stream a week does not work. So hopefully this is the stream for this week that doesn't work and we get it out of the way, and then the other 2 do work. So I'm so sorry, YouTube streammates. You guys are in the void. This hasn't happened in a long time, but that's because I spent a very long time not scheduling streams. You can stay high from the future if you figure out what video it is that it's taking the chat from, though, if you want to. I won't stop you. Oh, and there's another thing I was supposed to test, but I forgot. I forgot to test it. Hang on. Whoops, we'll have to test this another day, but I don't want to do it on Thursday. We'll see. Hang on. Anyways, hi! I don't know if we've met before. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. I've returned from the void. I was trapped wherever YouTube is, but I returned. Do not worry. Hi, Squiiji! Hi! I like you saying hi to me. Hi, class! It's me, E.G. We can all wave and say hello. Some particular blue goober on the thumbnail. Yeah! Freeform, I've had you pulled. You and Aphrodite have been pulled for the non-human VTuber design critiques for no shy of like 6 months. I had such a hard time filling up that folder because people would, I'd have a couple things I could add, but every time I'd go to do it, I would start looking into who was like around to make sure that I wasn't going to be doing critiques of people who don't exist anymore, and I'd always be removing just as many people as I added. So I don't know why the non-human VTubers seem to have a higher rate of graduation and vanishing off the internet than other types of VTubers, but it did make me a little sad. Yeah, these are the survivors. And I actually struggled. I made the thumbnail and put it up, and then I almost couldn't have a 7th person prepared for critique. And this is including the fact that we are in fact starting with Inti, who is non-human, but not in the extremely non-human sense of others. Where Inti is not like a furry or scaly or an alien or a slime. Inti is a shark. Oh, Lance, welcome back for 15 months! He's right. I hope you enjoy your rotation. And then Cinda, welcome back for 19 months! Oh my god! That is an incredible amount of months. That is a huge number of months. That's so many months. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your rotation. No offense to any survivors, niche is indeed harder. It may in fact be a more tough niche, which may be why we're seeing more graduations, or just removals from the internet in that category, but I'm proud of those who stuck around for it, because there's definitely space in that niche. I have seen many successful VTubers who are non-human. It can work. You just have to be diligent. You gotta see it through. You cannot let the numbers get you down, because that's kind of what you have to do in VTubing anyway. But yeah, what's on the menu today, Squeed? We are going to be doing VTuber design critiques for non-human fellas, which just includes anyone who is at least more than like 30% inhuman. Oh, Gary. I have to wait for him to finish talking. Yep, okay. Gary, try again. I haven't even figured out what's going on with that still. I thought I figured out what was wrong with VTS Pog, but it turns out whatever I thought was wrong with it is not in fact what was wrong with it. Because the problem is I cannot test what it's doing off stream if I'm off stream. Or I can't test what it does on stream if I'm off stream. I've tried launching it after OBS. I've tried launching it before OBS. I've tried launching it after Vignon. I've tried launching it before Vignon. Are you talking right now, Gary? I just saw your mouth move. What was that? Gary is her now. I don't know what Gary is doing. There's another text-to-speech I have to give him to say also. Let's see if he says this one.
Hello, it is Gary,
Okay.
the Upside Down.
Thanks.
Anyways, when the
Hi.
pool got drained since last stream, I
Yeah.
managed to get that rock on the bottom. It
why'd
did
you
scream
do
at me to stop champing on it. That was
Hey.
weird, but it was tasty, and because I'm what I eat, I now must ask you to sign something for me.
Oh, okay, so you have absorbed the concrete Selma duck from the bottom of my pond, my pool, and therefore you've decided that you must chew upon it and eat it. And now because you are what you eat, you've taken on the qualities of Selma. However, you were asking me to sign things before that, so I think maybe you've just always been Selma all along. And this is just a clever ruse to try and make me believe otherwise. I think you are a unique individual, Gary, and I think that you should stand up for yourself. TBH is a non-human. I never know if I can fit your category post. Gabby, you, I think, are still human enough from what I believe you look like off the top of my mind. I believe you're still more human than these fellas are. You would, I think, fit in for my insect-inspired category, but like most of these fellas that we're looking at today either have like fully animal features, or they at least have like, they're still humanoid, but they're quite humanoid in there. Or quite furry or scaly or slime or alien in their features. You'll see. You'll see. I think you're still more humanoid than the bulk of them. But once again, I don't really know where I would draw the line, because if I'm thinking of insects, like Amber has skin that is not skin. But Amber is still very human looking. So like, I don't really know where to draw the line then. Yeah, you don't have human skin, you got membranes and things. Yeah, it's hard to place some people in a category, but we'll figure it out. Anyways, I have a couple little housekeeping things to do today. Oh wait, there was another thing that Gary wanted to say that I forgot to make him say. Hang on, where was it? Where was Gary's previous statement? Oh, was there not one? I thought Gary tried to say something else earlier. Hello? Oh yeah. What have you done, Gary?
I have eaten parent.
Oh, is that why I was not here earlier? Because you, I think, claimed that you had eaten me. Not true. Don't spread lies and misinformation on the internet. I have not been consumed. I am whole in one piece. I was just having a little bit of silly nonsense going on, perhaps, unfortunately. But I want to be notified the day you do loading delayed so I can send her alt model I made? Oh, is that somebody whose design was submitted? I can keep an eye out for it. You may have to remind me later down the lines. I don't think that's one I've downloaded yet, but I can. I can perhaps let you know. Anyways, housekeeping. Happy Monday, first and foremost. What a start to the week. What a start to the week. Oh, so, what do I have for us for housekeeping today? Number one. We have our new extra credit assignment. You'll see it come up over here on our lovely notepad. Hello, hand. Yeah, lovely notepad will at some point in time show us the new extra credit assignment, which is just like a little art thing that you can do for fun if you would like to, that we host once a month. They're kind of like little like character design or art challenges, if you will. And then at the end of the challenge, I do a showcase stream where we look at everybody's lovely little creations. So our current one is redesigning our character design rubric as if it was an anime character, often anime girl. Does not have to be anime, does not even have to be human, but creating a character out of our character design rubric. We'll look at the rubric in a second, but a lot of fellas I think are familiar with what it looks like. So, that is our assignment right now. The due date for that is, I believe, February 6th. I have not started mine yet. It has not begun. I have too many other projects I'm doing right now. I'll probably get it done very close to the deadline, accidentally. But my thought is I might just be redesigning my 1.0 rubric chan. There it is. Yeah, I might be redesigning my original rubric chan to just fit the new rubric with brighter colors, a slight vibe change, you know, those kinds of things maybe. Just to show that she has undergone some changes. She is still the same at heart, but she is more mature, she is modified, she is more colorful, she's filled with whimsy, and she's more specific. But we'll see. So, yeah, second thing of note. Other than the fact that I did today, I just want to put this out there as a note. I kind of mentioned it last week, but I do not think I will be doing much in the way of posting going live tweets going forward as far as Twitter goes, because if you are unawares, Twitter is just making it easier now more so than ever for just random users to AI modify, edit whatever things you've done. And I know that they're using probably everything that I put up there to train their stupid nonsense AI models. So I am not going to be posting thumbnails because in my thumbnails, they often contain the lovely art that the shroommates have made for me. And I am not going to feed it your artwork. I am not doing that. I will not, I refuse. So I will still post on Twitter. I've heard that the GIF format does prevent things from being scraped and or AI edited. So like I'm still posting my silly little memes and little video things that I have done, but that'll probably be it in all likelihood. Yeah, I did see that the UK and also like Australia and somewhere else did move to ban Twitter because of Grok. which I totally understand. Grok is enabling all kinds of illegal nonsense right now. It's bad. Dislike. GIFs likely still get scraped. I mean, I guess they do, but they at least don't get edited. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to cling to something, because unfortunately, the reality is, in this day and age, every single website is getting scraped. As much as we would like to believe that some are not, they all are. Every single one of them is. Some of them just make it easier than others. Twitter makes it very easy. They have it built in. But if you're on Blue Sky, all it takes is one of those bots that scans the web to get in there. It can do it anyway. Anything that can be viewed on the internet can be scraped. And that is unfortunately just how it's going these days. It is not fun. Yeah. So, yeah. Best thing nowadays is just get off Twitter entirely. Best thing would be getting off of all media on the internet, period. Because I don't think anything is actually safe from it at this point. So I'm just gonna do what I can and not worry about it too much, because unfortunately some of these platforms are too integrally involved in my ability to make money, and I need to survive. So, yeah, so we'll see. But I will not be posting going live tweets anymore. So, if you would like to know when I am live, if you'd like to know, I do highly suggest joining the... Whoops, drops my pen on the floor. I do highly suggest joining the Discord, if you would like. That is a thing that exists. And the people in there are very nice and kind and friendly, and that's where our extra credit challenge is anyways. Secondarily, you can turn notifications on perhaps on YouTube or on Twitch. If you follow me on Twitch and you don't get notifications that I am going live, it's because Twitch does this really dumb thing where if a going live announcement goes out while you have it open and you ignore it enough times, it stops notifying you when that person has gone live, which is really annoying, and I don't know why it would do that. I don't know why it thinks that that is a helpful thing to do, but theoretically I've heard that if you just click back into my account and like click on a video and then click out, it'll make it stop doing that, and it'll make it start actually reminding you or letting you know with the notifications, because I can see how many people actually get the notification. It shows me in my overlay, and sometimes it'll be like 20 of you who get the notification. It tells me how many people see it versus how many people click it. I don't mind if you don't click it. You don't have to click it. But it'll genuinely tell me that like 22 people have seen it. It used to be that like 300 people would see it. Now like 20 of you see it. So yeah, if you're looking for it, just go click me and click a video or something, and that may help. But yeah, strange times we are in. It feels like every website is actively working against me at all times. Have algorithms that are hyper-aggressive to avoid spamming people? I guess so, but like, just because somebody doesn't have the time to watch me during like, I don't know, the holiday season, or during their finals, or during some life event going on, does not mean that they're never gonna have time to want to watch what I'm doing ever again. I don't know. I wish there was a way you could just tell it which people you want notifications from or not, because I think there was, but like it doesn't follow it. I don't know, it's peculiar. Fortunately, if any problems happen to YouTube channels, you still need Twitter to call out YouTube support to have a human help you. I know! God forbid anything ever happened to my YouTube channel. I need Twitter to try and solve it, because I can't actually just contact YouTube. Everything is just goofy and strange, and what can you do? We stay silly. I'm going to stay in the best, goodest of moods that I can, because I cannot let it hurt me. Yeah, I am very consistent. So yeah, as much as if you don't, even if I haven't posted a schedule, you can generally assume that 2 p.m. EST, Monday, Thursday, Friday, I'm live. Very rarely am I not live at those times. Very rarely. I'm pretty darn consistent. Winning Quell, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Did I have anything else to announce? Oh, of other things that may be of note, Shroom State Patreon is open and is getting a very cool, big update on my VR chat world that I've been working on. It is a gallery, if you would like a sneak peek into what that is looking like. I believe tomorrow, while I am getting my potential heart issue diagnosis, it'll be going live. So do check that out perhaps if you would like, if you are interested. Yeah, I see the eyeballs, yep. So if you have interest in seeing what that is all about, you can find it here, along with many other things. There'll be popcorn for the gallery. I do not believe there is popcorn, but there are snacks otherwise. So probably not popcorn, but still things to eat anyway, because you do need that in a gallery, of course, for a gallery reception. Hope all goes well with the checkup. Thanks! Theoretically, it's diagnosis. Hopefully, maybe. I did all of my tests that were required of me, like blood work and heart ultrasound and stress test and several days straight of heart monitor and what else did I do? I did a couple other things. So now we get to look at all of those results and see if something can be figured out based on all of those things. And if something is not, I'm going to scream a little bit because I've spent so much money. I have spent thousands of dollars on my health in the last just like 2 months alone. And I would really like to know what's going on, because if I don't figure out what's going on by result of that, I'm gonna crash out. Which I think is warranted. Snack time, thanks! I will have snack and I will have drink. Don't worry, I will be okay. I am okay, ostensibly. It's just, I really wish I knew what was going on. What interactive things are in the gallery? I don't know if we can actually pick the food up the way that it is right now. I am not that crafty or that good at designing things for VR chat. I've never made a world in VR chat before. So I think the interactable things right now are just that you can, theoretically, it's just that you can sit on chairs, and I believe you can click on images, or click on like the, whatchamacallit, like the little like tag, the plaque that tells you the information on each creation that is in the gallery, and it should take you to some sort of credit for that creation. I'm trying to get that set up still right now, but yeah, you'll see. American healthcare system is like Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, I think that is what I think that's what the game is based on. That's awesome, right? I wanted there to be a very easy way for people to find the ones who had created things in the gallery. I found out you can link to things by just clicking it. So that is what is happening with it. So neat, cool, fun things in my gallery. There's also some Easter eggs in it that I cannot wait for the Patreon people to see tomorrow. Everybody else is gonna have to sleuth out them themselves once the world becomes real. But the Patreon crewmates get to see what it is. And see them ahead of time and also get the secret. Let's see. Do I have any other things I needed to announce? Oh, I think this is maybe the final thing I was gonna say, which is that with my birthday approaching, my birthday is February 5th. With it approaching, I did make the channel where last year people put, I think, birthday things for me in. I don't remember how it worked. I think one of my mods, I think it was Baroque, made a channel for birthday collection things. I made it more easily accessible again, if anyone has any need for it. Do not feel like you need to do anything with it. I just figured if people need it, I might as well make it available, you know? One of the food at people, hey, not in the gallery! Secrets don't make friends, spill the tea. The tea is spilled on Patreon. That is where you go if you want secrets. I am spilling the tea. You just have to be in the right place to see it. Food throwing room? I don't think that makes sense to have in a gallery. For as much as that may be considered contemporary art in some capacity, I don't think it makes sense. Let me take a sippy of my drink. Last week on Friday, I had a full cup of hot chockey that I drank none of during stream. I drank my water and forgot I had hot chockey. So I'm gonna actually drink the hot chockey today, because it is good. Let's call it it tracked my mouth open. Also, that is not what I'm doing with my hand. I think it's tracking my mug as being my right hand right now. Drinking a beverage straight out of my wrist. Hot chockey, very good for the weather. Take a bite out of my snack. At that moment it turns to chocolate milk. I have this lovely mugworm on my desk that I got in last year's donathon as a gift. And it is, quite frankly, the thing that keeps me alive in these trying times. I can put my hot chalky or my tea or anything I want on it, and it keeps it warm for 4 hours straight, and it is so nice. It is so fantastic. I'm glad to live in the modern era where I can just have a thing on my desk that keeps my mug warm. It's so nice. Birch, please! Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Squeegee, glad to catch you live again. If I may ask, what is the animal on the thumbnail that I see from time to time? The animal on the thumbnail? Oh, do you mean the animal on today's thumbnail? Do you mean the panda on today's thumbnail? Here, I can open that and show you guys what it is. I guess it is maybe just like a little bit confusing on YouTube's end because it isn't as clearly, maybe obviously me. But what it is that it is a furry version of me that was designed by Zany, who is a member of the Shroom State. There's actually 2 versions of me. One has hair, the other one doesn't. I like both of them. Here, we can teleport to a room so you guys can look at it. Whoops, hang on, I opened the one that's smaller. Why did I open the small ones? Open the regular size ones, please, EG, so we can look at them with our eyeballs. This one, and this one. There we go. Bam! The goat. Yeah, here, wait, we can go look at it. We can go look at him. This one. No, not this one. Also, did my transition just not happen? What is going on? Pardon? Pardon me? Where is my transition? That shouldn't be missing. I didn't move the folder that's in. How strange. Yeah, I guess we're just teleporting now. Peculiar. Don't know what that's about. Thought it was a badger? Yeah, it's a panda. It's a panda. No idea why, but I thought it was a badger with your color scheme. You know, it could be. That is understandable. Trans people wanting HRT like. So pretty, right? Didn't Zany make it so cute? I personally, I do need to just specify, I am not a furry personally. There's nothing wrong with furries though. I'm in full support of them. It's just not something that I personally identify with. However, look how cute it is. I kind of love that there is a furry design for EG. Look at me, panda. I say bear with me so often that I think that was the inspiration for Zany drawing this first version. And then I commissioned Zany to draw another of me holding, look, Shroomate! You're also a little panda! Look how cute you are! So yeah, there is an official EG furry design out there. Oh! Wait! Magnus, thank you for buying something from me on Ko-fi. What did you buy? It's funny that it notified me that you bought something. Enjoy your, wobbly irises, question mark, I think? I didn't know it notified me when people buy things from my shop while I was live. I thought it was just people donated, but intriguing. Don't blame me, I don't identify with it, but I love seeing furry versions of people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I love it from an artistic standpoint. It's just not me, you know? Yeah. Gary being a panda was on my list today. Gary, look at you, you're so cute. Look, you're involved. Definitely not asking for the ref sheet due to birthday gift ideas. What ref sheet? Ref sheet for Panda EG? I don't think there is officially a ref sheet for Panda EG. I think that the ref sheet for Panda EG is just this. It's just me, my usual outfit, but with panda face instead. I can put this in somewhere. I can put this somewhere in the Discord server to make it accessible if you would like to have it just as a reference, if you would like. Yeah, need tiny panda shroom now. I believe that in the Shroomate maker thing, the Pie Crew, you can make yourself a panda. You can make yourself as a panda. I believe I have round ears, and I have spots in the correct locations that you could be a panda, perhaps. It's possible. It is definitely possible. But look how cute. Zany did such a good job on this. And this is the joke that I've made before about how artists just pass each other the same $20 bill. Zany had donated money to my donathon last year, and then I turned around and handed the, I think, exact amount back to Zany. It was like, hey, can you draw another one of those? Trying to make a Gabby shroom? Yeah! If anybody wants to make themselves into a little mushroom, I use them for the overlay. You can see at the bottom. You can make a custom little shroomate for Twitch if you would like to. So like all these little guys you see scrolling past, those are mostly at least custom little guys people made. See, like Strikers is very clear to see as custom. But yeah, Pie Crew, give me a minute. Yeah, go for it. Have fun. Here, I'll give it to YouTube chat if they want it to. Bam. I made my little fella. Yeah, you did, and it's really cute. I would say Nilo has a custom one. I believe a lot of the fellows have custom ones. Art by Vienna, I did not give the custom one because I couldn't figure out what your numbers were. You didn't put that in the post. I didn't realize your numbers were 11. If you go back, Rex, and edit that post, I can put that one in. Done myself and alive. Yes, you did, which I appreciate you making one for alive also. But yeah, look at all the custom little shrooms. Yeah, Cotton Candy Floss has a custom one. Selma has a custom one. Ryuko has a custom one. Someone added the wings to mine, must fix. I mean, the wings probably wouldn't show up in the overlay version anyway, but you could make it before. Supposed to put a number? No, you don't put a number. It's just I need everybody's Twitch username if you put it in the Discord so I can add them. And Rex didn't give me Vienna's full Twitch username in that post, so I didn't know what to put it under. It was just a joke, I think, which is why it wasn't provided, but like if we actually want to, we can. What do people who don't have the custom one have? If you don't have the custom one, there's a bunch of random ones that it chooses between. So if you would like to change it, there's a redeem, which is called Reroll Shroomate, which costs 5, so you can reroll until you find one you like for yourself if you don't have a custom one. If you would like to make a custom one, you can make one using that link that I had put in there, and then you stick it in the channel in the Discord server, which is the Shroomate Design channel. Yeah. Also, I still can't believe they got your hair. They who? Who they? Who got my hair? What do you mean? Here's what chat widget you use for Twitch chat. It is Slime2 Zaytree. It is their Animal Crossing chat. However, I have modified it significantly. Vienna? Vienna got my hair? I didn't know Vienna stole my hair. Okay, I guess that is where my hair is gone. I also realized that I actually can't fix my hair right now when it's missing because I moved it. So now I have to do something interesting, which is... Oh, I have to fix something. This. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I'll be able to fix it. We'll fix it when we need to. Yippee! You added even for us who didn't make any? For who didn't make any? What do you mean? Who? Well, yeah, there's versions for people who don't have their own Shroomate. There are a bunch of miscellaneous versions. But yeah, Amber is right, and we do need to focus. Let's focus! We will jingle keys. I will close those, and you will see a spoiler just very quickly. Rubric! Yeah, oh my gosh, we are at the 40-minute mark. You are so right! There we go. We're nearly, yeah, we're close enough to the 40-minute mark that I should just get us started. I'm gonna eat another bite of my snack, and then I will for realsies start. I promise, I swear. Also, my mic is not in the right spot right now. Hang on, this is just like a question I have to make. I feel like my audio quality on Twitch and on YouTube is worse than it used to be. I have not changed anything as far as I know. Theoretically, my audio quality should be a lot better as of like October, but has anyone noticed that I sound like a little bit, I don't know if crunchier is the word. I think it's fine. No, I'm sure you think it's fine, but is it good? And is it better or worse than it used to be? Not noticing a difference? No? Okay. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I had just noticed because I had seen some lovely clips that the Shoemates had made, which thank you for making. But I was listening to them and I was like, that sounds like more compressed than I'm used to sounding. I don't know. It's good, can't remember how it used to be. I mean, if it's not bothering you, I guess it's fine. But I just feel bad for like the VODs and stuff like that if the audio doesn't sound as good as it used to, or just like as nice as it should. Maybe I won't worry about it. maybe I won't worry about it. It seems like you guys aren't worried about it, so I'll try not to worry about it.
Hey, I know what I came to do, and that ain't gonna change, so go ahead and talk your talk, cause I won't take the bait. I'm over here doing what I like. I'm over here working day and night. And if my reel ain't real enough, I'm sorry for you. Let's find a light inside our universe now, where ain't nobody care. Upon holding us down, just come and get it. Let them say what they say, cause I'm about to put them all away. Focus on me. FF, focus on me, focus on me. FF, focus on me, focus on me, F.
FF focus on me. Oh, I'm focused on you, Gary. I'm focused on you. Gary's got bars, yeah. Gary, good song. I don't know what this song is. Clips don't usually sound how you sound live. Oh, do they not? I wonder if the clips themselves are compressing me, maybe. I wonder if that's what it is. Need 3 clips, 1 from before adjustment 2, shortly after mic adjustment 3, recent clip of mic quality. Yeah, maybe I can see if I can pull those another time for us to check. Maybe I'll pull those for start of stream Thursday or Friday. I just want to see, because I feel like I might just be going crazy, but at the same time, what if I'm not? What if I sound worse? I don't want to sound worse. I want to sound good. My eyelashes are back. That means my hair should be back now. Hello, I want my hair back. Bam, it's back. Like it never even left. Okay, bam. I was supposed to take a bite of my snack. Hang on. Bite of snack, then explain a rubric, and then start. I think you'll find that we will move through a lot of these a lot faster than you maybe are thinking today, which is gonna sound crazy, but there's just some strong designs that there's not a lot of modifications, I would imagine, for. Okay. I'm done chewing aggressively. So, what we have before us is the character design rubric. This is what we use for our VTuber design critiques to ensure that we are being as objective and unbiased as possible when we are discussing designs. As always, there will be probably a little bit of bias that sneaks in. It is, to some degree, impossible to be 100% unbiased. However, this rubric does keep us as focused as possible. So, each design that we look at can receive up to 10 points from all of 5 categories. You can receive 2 points in each category. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. To receive full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting, contrast should work at a distance, color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for your design if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, or if I think the hues and values should just be completely revisited from scratch. For silhouette, in order to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku, think of Sonic. These are iconic characters, and part of why they're so iconic is their silhouettes. We can recognize them very easily because of their silhouettes. So, you will get no points for silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise just needs a ton more distinction. For complexity versus clarity, the level of detail should be appropriate for the medium. This means that the level of detail can vary depending on whether you are a 3D VTuber, a live 2D VTuber, a PNG tuber, if you are chibi proportion versus 7 or 6 heads tall. I stopped myself, I didn't say the funny numbers. I didn't do it. 7 or 6 heads taller, maybe even 8 or 9 as I have seen sometimes. So, level of detail can vary, but it should be appropriate for whatever the medium or proportioning style is. Details that are included should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point. The design should also be able to pass the plushie test. I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plush without removing all the elements that make you unique and identifiably you. On the other hand, you will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if I just cannot plushify you without making you unidentifiable. For focal point, the primary focal point should be well executed. Viewers should be drawn to look at the face first. Specifically even the eyes first, that is the primary focal point. Then they can visually explore the rest of the design and look at other secondary or tertiary focal points. Face, eyes, face first. Yeah. No points will be given for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over/under detailing, being completely outcompeted by other elements, etc. And finally, you're going to receive full points for concept and motifs if the concept is clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects in the design should be able to be identified visually. This includes things like your character's personality, if they are a type of animal, what their species is, or just what type of animal they are, what their occupation is, if they have any particular interests that influence their design, if they have a particular fashion style, particular cultural background, things like that should be able to be identified visually. However, you will receive no points for concept if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. You can also receive up to 3 bonus points. 1 for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, 1 for having a unique, exciting art style, and 1 for if I just like it. I can put it on the fridge. Usually this ends up being the thumbnail, fellas. Yeah! Rubrica. Yeah, that might be the name of our rubric-chan. But there is our rubric. There is our rubric. This is the rubric also that for the extra credit, as you can see in the corner, we are turning into an anime girl, if you would like to. If you would be so kind. What? Oh. Thanks, Moobot. Hey, don't shake Moobot for that one. Thank Moobot for that one. Thanks, Moobot07. Let me take roll. Now, Ruben-chan, is that what my... Is that what my closed captions think I'm saying? Does it think Rubric-chan is... Oh, Rubric-John, I see. Rubric-chan? There, it got it. Got it that time. So, let me take roll now. If you are here for class and would like to participate in roll, you can use the 1-point channel point redeem found on Twitch, or you can use your pingators to type a word like hi or hello or something of that nature on YouTube if you would like. Or here. Who's here for class? You got a whole 40 minutes or so to check into class today. Maybe even more than that. Let's see. Who's here? I gotta scroll back in time to the beginning of the day. Bam, there we go. Quarry, Argon Sykes, Cotton Candy Floss, Seasonal Sade, Little... Was it Ianita? I think it was Ianita. Little Ianita, God, the curse of sans serif I's and L's. Zerato, Edward, Magnus Logie, Mad Buns, Luanson, TV Head, Chaichanga, Riraku, Selma, Fern, Art Fun, Rex, Hoshi, Mad Buns, Chokorama, Lemia, Aknes, Freeform, Inti. Sykes? Oh, Raxarim, Sanazam, Star, Nyabari, Auto Nevermore, Low Fox, Zamu Bat, Amber, Vixen, Angel Kitty and Cinda, Witchweaver, Masked Emerald, Picto Shaman, Art of Gabby, Nilo. Hi! YouTube Shroommates, I see Nano and Grave Mist. Happy Monday to you also. Hi. To the lurkers, fear not, I have you marked down. Thank you for hanging out with us today. And then also to VOD watchers, thank you as always for taking a look-see at what we are up to. Is that everything? Did everything else do here? Ah, bingo. Bingo is not my name-o, but we can still do it anyway. I love me a good bingo. We can do a little character design bingo if we would like. I think I won last week. I think I won bingo last week. Uncommon W for me. Usually I lose bingo. I still think I can only count the number of times I've won bingo on one hand, despite the fact that we do critiques and do this bingo every Monday and have been doing this every Monday for well over a year now. Gamba. Yeah, we'll get the Gamba going too. Wings have been added to the pie crew yet? Oh my god, did I not add them? Writes down a note. Add wings to pie crew. You know what I bet happened, Ruku? I bet I added them to the pie crew, but forgot to enable the category because I've done that before. I bet I put all the effort into adding them and then did not enable them as an option. Because I think it's its own category that's new. Because there's like the categories for like accessories and stuff. I think the back accessories is its own category. Whoops. Go work past DG. Yes, you can also draw your shroom if you don't want to use the pie crew also, if you would like to. What is the atypical? Oh, atypical breast category? That just is for characters that are well endowed to a degree that it goes outside of the realm of typical human possibility. We don't use that one as often as I may have expected. Because in VTubing there is often a joke that a lot of designs go outside of the realm of possibility. But we don't use it as much as I may have thought. That's one that I was thinking about removing from the bingo. We'll see. I don't think I've even had that ever as an option on my bingo. Not that I can remember, at least. But, let's see, did I have anything else? Oh, Gamba! What do we want to Gamba about today? Do we want to do the typical Gamba of how many designs will EG get through before the end of stream? Or would we maybe like to Gamba about whether or not I will get bingo? Bingo may be a little bit different about getting today because the fellas are not as typical for being non-humans. That might be a little bit harder. What are we feeling? What are we feeling? What are we feeling? Give me a 1 if you want to do bingo for how many designs I'll get, or not bingo. Give me a 1 if you want to Gamba about how many designs we get through. Give me a 2 if you would like to Gamba whether or not I win bingo. Perhaps. Mostly 1s. I'm seeing mostly 1s. Give me your numbers now or forever hold your peace. I see Incinta has voted for both. Or maybe just typed the number 12. Which, either way, invalidated. Selma, the number 6 is not relevant either. Why? No, no, stop typing other numbers. Those numbers are not helpful to us. Selma, I see the bit you tried for, but somebody typed between your numbers. Hee hee hee. Okay. Alright, I give up. It's gonna be 1. I don't know how I didn't foresee this happening, where I ask you to type numbers and you just pick any numbers you want. There we go. Let's predict how many models will we crit today. 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, and you have 30 minutes to put down what your thoughts are. What do you think? I'm going to tell you that for as much as we may not be starting as quickly as I would maybe like, some of these designs I think will critique pretty quickly, all things considered. So, like, just bear that in mind. And I sure hope that the bear you have in mind when I say that phrase is e.g. Panda Bear. Many free-thinking shrooms. If that's how you want to put it, yeah. Could we add power plays? What do you mean power plays? This isn't the Powerball. Is that what the Powerball has? I don't even know what that's called. I'm not in gambling. Like Gamba for the Gamba? I don't know what that means. A power play to me is a thing that you do in hockey. Like many things that have other meanings, it is just a hockey word to me. A power play is when somebody gets put in the box on the other team, so your team gets to have a one-man advantage while the other team is down a man. So it's suddenly 5-on-4, right? Yeah, I think. Hockey mentioned? Yeah. This is like Stanley Cups. That's a word that should only exist in hockey. I don't know why there is a second Stanley Cup that exists. Powerball is an optional Powerball add-on feature that for an extra $1 per play can multiply most non-jackpot prizes by up to 10 times. Wow. Okay. Bad hockey boys get put in plastic box. Yeah. You get to go sit in the box and think about what you've done while you get heckled, perhaps, from in the box. Who is Stanley? That's actually a great question, but I'm going to guess that he in some way probably sponsored the first competition. You've yet to be returned to your true stature. Aha! Thank you for alerting me, Roku. I will return myself to my true stature, as is only fair. Where is my stature change? There we go. Got it! And on that note, I believe we may now begin. There we go. And we are starting, for as much as I talked about doing non-human designs, we're starting with Inti, because Inti skipped the line. Inti is a is a shark fella. Would you say you identify with being called a shark boy, a la Shark Boy and Lava Girl, mayhaps? So this is Inti, he/him at Inti on set. I finally understand your username, now having read this information about you. So the keywords for this design are shark, movies, and grind fiction. This eccentric street rat, raised by niche Y2K videotapes, is in love with the cinematographic world. Cinematographic? Cinematographic? How do you say that word? Cinematographic sounds better, maybe. World, and dreams to become a famous movie director and believes that just by looking like one, he will make it. Even though has no idea of how a movie is produced. You know, I commend you on your hubris. You got this. I'm afraid that the movie aspect of his personality is not very visible in the design, same for the shark without the tail. I feel like you wouldn't be able to tell. I'm also unsure if the design is overcomplicated or too simple. I don't have a very good eye for it. I would argue otherwise, perhaps. I would perhaps argue otherwise. So, the first thing that I would like to point out about the design is silhouette. Bam. I love the exaggeration in your clothing. I love how wide we've made the sleeves and how wide we've made the pants. Your hair is nice and sharp and spiky, so we have a mixture of shapes here. We've got some squares that make you seem very dependable and reliable, which is, you know, a quality we may want to have in somebody who is a movie director. But all the sharp shapes around your head let us know that there may be something a little deeper going on, that maybe your character has a little bit of an edge to them. Maybe this plays into the eccentric street rat angle of the design. So I would say that you do have a somewhat recognizable silhouette, but I do think we could use something just a little bit more specific, maybe, in the upper body of your silhouette somewhere. I'm still thinking about what it may be, though. But I do also agree, I see somebody saying that the tail looks different from other shark VTubers, and I would agree. It's much more narrow than other shark VTubers. A lot of shark VTubers are emphasizing making the tails thicker and maybe cuter. Meanwhile, in this case, we're going for sharper, with more of an edge, a little bit more agile, which I think would make sense with the type of character that this is. I do think that there are some very good, subtle nods to the movie aspect also. I don't think that we have to be incredibly on the nose about that. Sometimes being too on the nose about animal aspects or about, you know, secondary motifs can make a design feel kind of corny. But I would say that some of the aspects in here that are subtle work pretty well. Specifically, I really love, I don't know what this is called, but the movie, I don't want to call it a clapper, but the thing when you cue that a scene has begun, is that what it's called? Is it called a clapper? That thing. That is so smart, the way that you've made it something that is just wrapping around the arm. It is built into the clothing. Also, if we zoom in and just like look a little bit closer, the belts on the gloves are film reels. We have a badge on the chest that says recording, which is cute. And I think there was something else that I saw too, but now I can't figure out what it was. Good to have your identification on you also for when you're going to be on set. Tail on the shark is amazing. It is good. The tail also seems to have some tattoos on it, which is amusing. It is also somewhat pierced, maybe. Clapperboard? Is that really what it's called? I didn't know that. Jelby will be disappointed in me for not knowing that, probably. But I will say, I don't think you need to add that incredibly many things that reference movies in order for us to pick that up from looking at you. The fact that you have this one subtle element in the upper half of your design, so when you're in VTuber view, we can see it. I honestly think that might be enough. I feel like we really don't have to go over the top about this. It's neat. Tell me direct Sharknado-like movies. I mean, I'm gonna guess maybe grind fiction movies, perhaps. Is the clapperboard design unzippable? That would be cute if it was unzippable. Also, the star? Is the star for, like, Hollywood stars, maybe? Or I'm trying to think of what else a star might mean in terms of movies, maybe. Idea to loosely reference your favorite movie? That could be good. Something that I think might be just fun in general for branding would be, you know, if you have your, like, starting soon screen or any of your, like, backgrounds, you could reference movie posters in the way that you do the layout of it or something. You could reference a particular one, too. Pay homage to it. That might be kind of fun. I was thinking Hollywood stars, yeah, I could see that. Star Wars just a random choice. But I mean, we're getting to read something into it, so I don't think it's a bad idea to have that there. It is a detail that does make sense. There is also some nice, subtle asymmetry throughout the design, which I appreciate. The shirt not being tucked in on one side, which tells us something about the personality of this character, where maybe, for as much as they are trying to be a cool director fella, they are not the most well put together. Same deal with the unzipped jacket with the tie that is very long and the shirt that is unbuttoned at the top. It's a little looser. We can tell you're wearing gloves, so maybe you are not afraid to get your hands dirty. You are a hands-on type of director, perhaps. Same deal with maybe the staining on the shirt, telling us something similar. Different one for different outfit or stream types? Yeah. Fella would have montages of doing cool stuff set to punk tactics. I could see this fella being involved in the directing of skate videos. I'm trying to think of, what is it called? Baker? The Baker skateboard videos? They don't dress maybe this extravagantly in those, but I could see this fella recording skate videos in like the 90s grunge type of aesthetic also. For as much as that maybe is not the type of direction they're going for. But something about the layering here does feel like it is related in that capacity. Oh, I didn't pin the bingo. Thank you, Edward. I'll pin the bingo. I forgot. Bam. Jet Set Radio vibes and colors. I can see that also in the sunglasses, which I wonder if those were... Do they have these sunglasses in Jet Set Radio? I feel like they do. The glasses are somewhat good for also making the face a little bit focal, but I will say, as strange and peculiar as this is, it may be the background also. I think the only thing that's currently not working for me right now is the focal point. I'm looking at your chest, but you're a redhead. How does that happen? It may just be the fact that this is brighter and more saturated. Despite the hair being still relatively saturated, it's darker. And I'm trying to figure out what I would suggest as a solution to it right now. It's just a Hollywood uniform. I swear 50% of people on the West Coast just dress like this. Okay, well then that means it's also a well-researched and chosen outfit and aesthetic style, potentially. Fashion choice is good. Maybe darker red versus almost neon green. I think the green is maybe too bright right now, perhaps. I think that the hair needs something to make it pop a little bit more, but I do wonder how much of that is maybe the background right now also. So let me just do this just to see. No, the jacket is still more focal. I know this is unrendered right now, so maybe the rendering will help to make the head pop just like a little bit more, because you are doing a lot of the right things. Red is a high chroma color, so it is going to want to draw our attention regardless of any other colors involved. The orange of the sunglasses being the only place orange is seen in the design also draws my eye there. But something about the neon in the green is really distracting right now. Even in Hollywood north of Vancouver. Ah, it's like a safety yellow vest made to stand out. It does read that way a little bit right now, but I feel like it might just be a little bit too much. So let me just play around with a couple of things here. So I'm thinking if I just like grab this, another layer, multiply. Ah, not what I wanted. I'll turn it down. It doesn't need to be quite this dark. I'm gonna darken the bottom one just to make sure it's not distracting. There we go. A little more forest green. There we go. And let's see if I can just drop a gradient onto this that will maybe help to push our eye up higher. And maybe there's something where like a subtle pattern or something could be used to just darken the bottom edge of this. High-vis hat. Could go for high-vis hat. I was gonna jokingly suggest that we do associate directors sometimes with wearing a beret, which is funny. That's like something we usually say is being associated with artists. But I do think that at the very least, maybe some hair highlights could help, or highlights on the glasses could also help. So I'm gonna just color this in a little bit at the bottom, and I'm gonna blur it out, and then we'll see if that is helping to push the eye higher. Because I don't think we need to darken the green everywhere. I just think that it needs to be darkened in some places for focal point reasons. So like, now we're shifting our eye higher. I'm not sure I like the color of green I've chosen, but we're shifting the eye a little bit higher in the design. This kind of squeegee gradient for bingo. Kind of, but it's not a traditional sweeping gradient. We make the subtle tattoos on the tail, on the jacket. That could be good for adding a little bit of texture, mayhaps. Maybe it's the V-neck thingy. Acting like a pointing arrow, but it points down. The eyes rest on the cross of the necklace. See, I do see that also happening. I'm trying to think of what I would suggest to distract from that, perhaps. High-vis vest, the bright reflective stuff is accents to a normal vest. Yeah, but is this meant to be a high visibility jacket, or is this just meant to be a fashion item that is just very neon and bright? Because I could see it being either way. Let me just try adding some more highlights around the face. Because, like, if we had highlights on the glasses, I feel like that already is popping a little bit more, and then hair highlights, maybe. And you could make the highlights in the hair really neon if you wanted to. Let's see if I go like this. Having them drawn a little bit better may also help, but... There we go, make you have some nice glossy hair. But like just that rendering does seem to be helping a little bit more too. And you can ignore how things realistically work in some circumstances. If you even want to say like, all right, we're gonna have gold come into these highlights, or like teal or something even. Maybe even we bring this green up in here. Just for fun. And for interest. Or like, you can have elements around the face be shaded with other colors. Where like, oh, what happens if this orange is shaded with teal? A little bit. Oops, hang on. Which is something that I like to do sometimes just to make something pop a little bit more. I don't know if I'm really drawing that very nicely. Hang on, I may also want it to be a little bit more. There we go, like this. Hang on, let's see. Do I want to do it that way, or do I want to like make bigger spots? But that just makes things a little bit more neon. It makes things pop a little more. Maybe chromatic chromatic abbreviation. I will abbreviate the chromatics. You mean chromatic aberration? Is that the word I'm looking for? Perhaps. You could have chromatic splits, which could be a reference to film misalignment, or like CMYK splits, which could be interesting. Yeah, aberration, sorry. I couldn't think of what the second word was, because as soon as I had read abbreviation, I was like, hang on. What is it actually? It's not actually abbreviation. What is it really? What is the true word? But I would say just this addition of rendering does make the head pop a lot more. So when you are in the rendering phase of this design, just pay attention to how you're doing it. Make sure you're pushing some of the lower parts of the design backwards with maybe darker values or less contrast, and pulling interest around the face by adding more variety of your colors, more contrast, brighter colors, maybe more saturated colors, things like that. So, what did I already talk about? Oh, silhouette. I think your silhouette is okay, but I think that there could be something done to make it truly stand out, and I'm still not sure what to suggest for that. Schmitz, do you have any ideas? Because the silhouette's not bad. I was gonna put the silhouette right here. You've got subtle asymmetry in it, the tail is nice and distinct from other designs, but I feel like there's still something more we could do in the like shoulders up area, perhaps. So somebody suggested something about an ahoge earlier, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know if I managed to read it all the way. And then I also wanted to say, where were we? Oh, focal point. Head is trying to be focal, but there are still things that are outcompeting it just a little bit. Mostly the jacket. Blue in the glasses helps a lot. Yeah, because it's high contrast. We got complementary colors right next to each other, which is going to draw the eye somewhat effectively. Color palette. I will say, outside of the slightly distracting focal point, the lime green, red, black, white, and pale desaturated blue works rather nicely. I'm not having any clarity issues in the design that would not be cleared up just by the fact that you're going to render it. Like, I'm sure the back of the hair will probably drop darker. It's just not rendered right now. But honestly, I don't have any issues with clarity. Everything reads more or less all right. You've got a variety of undertones, which is nice. You've got cooler whites. You have warmer or like neutral, like not quite whites, but like off whites. Some of the black elements I do think could maybe benefit from like a slight color undertone, but honestly, that's pretty picky of me to say. So I give you full points for your color palette. When I say slight undertone, I mean like, okay, you've got blues. What if like, let me drop a color layer on here. Like that's too strong. But like you could have just a subtle color undertone to your dark values. Do you see how that also makes it pop from the background just a little bit? I'll just go through and do this. But you don't even have to have the same undertone for every element. You could say that, okay, I want this sleeve area to be blue in undertone. Meanwhile, the tie is maybe like slightly purple in undertone. Meanwhile, ooh, like the belts or something are warmer in their undertone. But this is just one of those things that can very subtly add some interest. And especially if your character is coming from hanging out on the streets, perhaps. Maybe not all of their things fit perfectly. Maybe this is thrifted clothing that we have put all together. Potentially. Missed half the critique, but might I suggest a shark tooth earring? That could be interesting for silhouette, maybe, mayhaps. But I would say color is okay the way it is. What if part of the problem is a bit of evenly placed details too? Oh, for the silhouette, you may be right. I didn't do my ladder test yet, but you may be onto something. Let's see. If I do a ladder test in which I check the proportioning of details to see if there is an interesting distribution across the design, we may find that, is it maybe that the shorts are the same length, I gotta put that at a diagonal, as, hang on, there's actually a lot of dividing lines, but there may be some details that are just too evenly placed. I'm seeing here already a little bit of it. Aha, aha, like this is on one side, but like the necklace is centered. The headphones are right here. I draw a line for the top of the headphone here, for the top of the collar. Whoops, hang on, for the chin. The mouth only really counts right now. I don't think the mouth would normally count. Glasses, hair is pretty centered, and then top of the head. Get rid of you for now. I've picked a color that is hard to see. Let's try a color that's not as hard to see. What about lime green? Bam. Osha might like this ladder a little too much. I mean, I would not go to say that this is a climbable ladder. I wouldn't go that far. I see you throwing climbable ladders at me. I don't think I'd go that far. I don't think we're getting past here. This is pretty dangerous right here also. There's good clustering around the face also, but there is a little bit of even repetitive spacing happening here. You do have some shorter asymmetrical elements that are breaking it up, but these steps are all very similar in width. And then these steps up here on the face are all kind of the same width. This is the same width as this is, more or less. You do have a little bit of repetition, so I may suggest just a little bit of reproportioning, perhaps, to make some elements longer or shorter. And if I turn this off and turn you back on so I can see you, I think your shorts, visibly, if I'm just comparing the bottom edge of the belt, your shorts are almost the exact same length as your jacket is, which is just feeling a little bit too consistent, maybe. Your shorts could use to be maybe a little bit longer or shorter, or the jacket could use to be a little bit longer or shorter, perhaps. And that may help. I was wondering how you calculated the ladder. I think I kind of understand. Yeah, I just draw a ladder on top of the design, where I place a rung everywhere there's a major change in detail, or in contrast, or in general shape. So like I've got one at the top of the sock and the bottom of the sock. I've got one at the bottom of this leg, or the leg of the pants, and then at the top of this part of the sock, and then one at the bottom of the jacket, one at this detail line for the jacket. Honestly, you could probably draw a lot more, but I'm just going for the biggest shapes we can see. Yeah. I need a silhouette. You could add the yell thing you see in animation when a character that plays director uses. Don't know what it's called. Megaphone. A megaphone would be a good prop to have, potentially. But yeah, this character is very easily probably split into thirds. The jacket versus pants versus bottom part of legs could use a little more reproportioning. For what it is worth. The big shapes are repetitive. Megaphone would be a good accessory. I'm still thinking about something we could do around the head area to add to the silhouette. You have this one hair in the center of your head that's standing up, and I feel like we could just maybe exaggerate that a little bit more. Because it already exists. Let's see. Like that, maybe. Just outline it a little bit. So it sort of fits from a distance. A little better. Perhaps get the shark fin-esque hoge. We could, but I wonder if that's something that's maybe a little bit overdone. Although I wonder if we could do something subtly with the way that this is shaped to make it feel a little bit more shark fin-like. Makes sense for a thresher shark to have a tall hoge. What does a thresher shark look like? Let me find out. I can't think what a thresher shark looks like off the top of my head. I know Jubby likes thresher sharks. Oh, wait, they're the ones with the cute little round eyeballs! Oh my god, wow, their tail is really long. Is their fin topped with a color? I can't quite tell. Oh my gosh, their eyes are so big. What about the outline of the shape so it's like a triangle? What do you mean by that? Because what I was gonna say is, if we're trying to make this feel like a triangle, you could have another one that's like that there, so we get a triangle shape. Generally, honestly, if I wanted to do that, I'd probably extend. Oh, I've hit the edge of the canvas. I was like, why can't I draw anymore? Whoops. Shield your eyes. It's gonna be bright up there for a second. Just make that taller so we can cover that. There we go. Needs a headset walkie-talkie. I've been on many film sets and everyone has one. Ah, okay. So you already have your headphones, I guess, but what if we get you a walkie-talkie somewhere as an accessory also? You just did the outline and a bit points down again. So do you mean, hang on, we'll do a microphone in a second, but let me finish this thought. Do you mean for this element, if I were to make it shaped like that? Honestly, I feel like it needs to be even taller. If that's what I'm doing. There we go. We can still leave it split, but like that for making it feel like a fin. I like this less direct approach at making fin hair also. I feel like sometimes it's just a little bit too on the nose with the way that I've seen it, but this may feel a little bit less corny than I see it sometimes. Because this character's a little bit more edgy. Like the shape more shark-like. Yeah. So we're subtly getting that this is a shark fin. Ooh, that's nice for silhouette. Like in a hoagie that's literally just shaped like a triangle. I mean, you could make one that is literally just a triangle, but I'm trying to make it still clear that this is a piece of hair as opposed to being a wedge that's been placed in the top of the head. Potentially. Walkie be attached to the armor in one of the shorts pockets. Where do people usually wear a walkie-talkie? I feel like that's something that's often worn on a belt, maybe? Or a lot of the time you see it also on the chest, too. People who have been on the sets, is it more appropriate to wear the walkie-talkie on your chest or on your belt? Or I guess either one could be fine, maybe. But does it matter? Into the standard shark fin shape outline minus the water? Besides the REC? I was gonna place it on the other side if I was placing it on the chest, just so that we're balancing details. So like, this is here, I'd place it like lower on this side, and then you could have your little like thingamabob that connects. Yeah, belt or chest, maybe what type it is. Okay. Although I fear that a walkie-talkie may make you read like you are a pilot in some capacity. I feel like that is generally one of our associations we tend to make with them, is pilot. Although I don't know. So here's your little like wee thing. And we can see it like tucking into your clothing to wherever that goes. Large productions and sets will typically have headsets attached to a transmitter pack on your belt or pants in general. Ah, so you have a headset that's not a walkie-talkie like this, maybe. What if the walkie-talkie is like obviously broken in some way? To show that this fella is just sort of putting together their outfit for being a director, maybe out of scrapped things that they have found, maybe. That he has found. I wanted a lighter color, hang on. So like here's like the interface area, and then you can see like the... That's walkie-talkie probably, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was thinking you would associate with a venue guard in the walkie-talkie. Oh, perhaps. I could see that also. But like the speaker on the walkie-talkie, like a little ring of shark teeth. The speaker? My work uses headsets and have one earphone with a mic coming out of it. Ah, maybe that would be a good accessory then for the head, since you already have an ear. However, that's again one of those things where I almost worry that people might read that as being like an IT person. So here, I can hide that for now, but we could go for a headset, or they might read you as an idol! Letting the walkie-talkie swing like a pendulum. What do you wear? So like, here's your... thing here. If you made it even more like a Bluetooth earpiece, that might feel professional as opposed to being something that looks like an idol would wear also. Here's your earpiece with its like details or whatever it may have on it. Right now the contrast isn't maybe great. Ah! Yeah, to the side. You look like a secret agent a little bit. It's tough, some of the associations we see from different elements. But maybe if we... Oh, but that would make it feel more secret agent-y! I keep thinking of things where I'm like, okay, well you could have your little like... that we can see going somewhere, but I feel like that feels secret agent-y still. Does it? Or does that feel appropriate? I guess for people who know things about Hollywood, they would not be bothered by it, potentially. Could people be using a voice filter when ordering their mods to do things as if they're production assistants? Oh, to make it sound like they're talking through a radio? That would be cute. We've got a lot of just like fun ideas for like applying things to content here with it, but yeah. Headset is more of a big headphone to block out than a Bluetooth earbud situation. Oh wait, so do you mean instead of like that, it's more of like this, but it's like the one ear one where you can see that it like cuts across the head and then there's not one on the other side? Potentially? Is that what it is? Fortunately, I am unfamiliar with that which we are referencing. Exactly, okay. That feels less idol-like also. And if we can see it as being like a headband that's in the hair a little bit, that might also help. Little headphones are yummy looking? Yeah, okay. There we go. Good luck separating that. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. We have to make decisions that are good for character design here. Also. Honestly, this could probably be chunkier so that it's back to the size that you originally had for your headsets, but yeah. More specific accessories. The transmitter pack will have buttons on it to press like a walkie-talkie to people. So the transmitter pack is something that we would probably see on the belt then. So then you'd have your little thing down here that has all its fun little buttons on it. That's a button, and this is a button, and this is a button as like a bar, and then here's all your other little buttons or something. Transmitter pack, and then we can see that the yellow thing is attaching to it somehow. On this side of the body, because we can't see the other side of the body. Is it maybe nonsense that it's crossing the body? Perhaps. I should probably also make that arc from higher up. Hang on. I'm not doing a very good job of drawing an accessory right now, but that's not the point of why I'm here. Can go for a picture of what we use after the stream, put it in Discord for reference. That would be nice, thank you. Do you need 2 sets of headphones though? Oh, I'm not gonna spend the time removing the 1 set of headphones, but I do think only 1 set of headphones is necessary, perhaps. I don't think we need both, yeah. Been on sets, but only a separate contractor. Building next door has been watching filming. Aha. Thank you guys for your resourcefulness. And see, this is the kind of thing, this is why I love doing this, because I would not have thought that, because I've never worked on a film set before. So thank you guys for your suggestions. But I do think that that is helping with silhouette, especially adding the little drop-down guy. And then onto the belt, having this little like curly-cued connector wire. And the ahoge is also helping now too. We've added a more specific accessory up around the face now too, which is good. But other things to note, I would like to see you put maybe like a subtle pattern on your jacket. Maybe. Maybe reference the patterns that are on the tail or something else. Or maybe reference things that are iconographic from a movie or something. Or just like a texture. But I would like something subtly on the jacket. Otherwise, I think the level of detail is appropriate. Not really much to remove or add, I would say. Abundantly, we're just saying maybe 1 or 2 more references to movie sets. And then for concept and motifs, I think I didn't really have any issue with your concept. Your fashion sense makes sense for the way that you've described the character. The stylization of the tail and the hair makes sense also for the personality. There's a lot of subtle references to the movies that are throughout the design, and I don't think you have to go more on the nose with them. I think subtle is sometimes better. So I really don't have any complaints as far as concept goes. We were adding things that could make it just clearer and pertain more to the occupation that this character is wanting for. But honestly, it reads okay the way that it is. So it would be picky of me to take a point off for that, I feel like. And this is one of those things where I don't like to give the bonus point to designs that are skip the line designs, because usually the reason why I'm giving a bonus point for going on the fridge is because it's a design I looked at and then it stuck with me in some way, and then I end up putting it on the fridge or putting it on a thumbnail because I've seen it for a long time and it stuck with me and it was memorable. But if I was doing that, I would give you a bonus point. For legal reasons, for consistency reasons, I don't give them out for the skip the lines, but I would give you one if I could. But I have to be good and fair, so I cannot. But anyways, bonus points have not been given. Bonus points is the spiky mullet. I'm not giving bonus points because it's a spiky red mullet. I'm not. That's not it. That's not what it is. I may have a type for characters, but that's not why. I will not stand for this call out. But you get 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10. That's a solid score. Congrats! Indy! Concept bonus point? I'm really picky about the concept bonus points. I need something that's like incredibly out of the box for a concept bonus point. I need like a spicy noodles level of my head is in a bowl as a VTuber design for me to give them. So not quite. Squeegee type bonus point category? That's not fair! That's not fair! That's not fair. The secret bonus point category Squeegee refuses to admit exists? What is that? What is that one? Red hair bonus point? I'm not giving bonus points to redheads! Not outside of my tier lists do I ever give bonus points for redhead. And even in Arknights, they're not even getting bonus points. Most of them are still in the just like, they're okay category. Abundantly, the redheads have not done more. We're not doing a little bias as a treat. We're trying to be unbiased. If you think about it, bonus points aren't fair. I mean, yes, the bonus points themselves are not fair, maybe inherently, but the point of the concept one and the, what do I call the other one? Like the execution, the art style one, is to reward people who are going above and beyond or outside the box. To reward things that are unique for being unique. You know? So I still feel like that is fair in some way. I never count bonus points. You don't have to count bonus points. You don't need to. I just think that they are nice to give, and I think that people who put the extra time into an out-of-the-box style or concept do deserve a little bit of a pat on the back for it. Yeah. But yeah, 8.5 out of 10 is a high score, especially on this rubric. So can we please get a round of applause for Inti? I reworked this design for months because every time I felt like I could do a little better, so I'm happy I got such a high score. Congrats! Iteration works, I promise! I'm so proud of you for working on it and coming back to it and coming back to it and iterating on it, because I'm sure it is absolutely benefiting from that. And also, again, congrats! And thank you for skipping the line! Good work! I'm proud of you for A, saving, and B, your diligence in working on this and getting it done. I'll be excited to see where this design ends up. Why are you sniffing? We're supposed to be clapping. Nyla, you can sniff when you're done clapping. Clap first. Slap? No, don't slap the design. Don't do that either. Please. Aspirational music playing right now is sending me. Yeah! This is Xenoblade? I think this is Xenoblade. Recoil, permit a little clapper, that's okay. Okay, you can clap and sniff at the same time. I'll allow those things. But I gotta keep us schmoovin'. I give a schmoovin'. I'm gonna take a sip of my beverage though. I'm at clap, sorry. You're good. Don't worry about it. Quick roll the credits is the perfect moment. No. Stream has only barely begun. I gotta keep going. I'm gonna read you deets on this character, and then I am going to take a sippy of bev and bite of snack. while you mull it over in your mind and think good thoughts and come up with constructive criticisms we can provide through the design. So this is Fairy, she/he, at Fairy Fox. He is a fey creature that lives in a modern civilization after being isolated for years, which is important for the clothing and animal aspects. I would love to know how I could improve the color palette and silhouette of the design, as I know those are the two things I struggle with the most. I'm also in the process of redesigning him and wanted to submit that rather than her original design. Yippee. Design smells like seawater. Pardon? Under what circumstance and what capacity? In what way? Do tell, Milo. I would have not thought that. Mullet over in our minds? No! Stop thinking about mullets! Come back to me. No, no more mullets. For as much as I would love to think about mullets in my mind. No, I get it. What do you mean you get it? In what way does it smell like seawater? Seawater flavored? It's just the background. It's just the background. It's the green. This is pink and green and blue. Huh? Shark guy? Yeah? What are you talking? Oh, the shark guy being seawater. The shark guy being seawater, I will understand. Are they moth wings? I feel like these are moth wings. I believe they are moth wings. Let me take a sip of my beverage. I have to take care of health. Reminds me of Luna moths, but they're pink. A little bit. What is the other moth that has the really long tail? AG lacking object permanence. I do not lack object permanence. The objects are very permanent, and I recall them. I just thought we were talking about this design and not the last design, okay? Atlas? Aren't Atlas, but Atlas moths are brown, aren't they? Isn't there a pink one, or am I just thinking of the poodle moths? Do they not have the long little tail thingies on them? Atlas is another big moth, though. Those are big guys. I did not forget Inti the moment Inti was off screen. That's not true. Don't say that. High reflected fluff. Lunar moths? I mean, I guess it probably is a pink Luna moth if I had to make my most educated guess. It's a sugar moth that's pink, but it's not like the Luna moth either. Pretty sure some Luna moths can be pink. Really? I didn't know that. Wait, there is Luna moths that are pink. Different types of the one I am. I didn't know there were pink Luna moths. Hang on, I need to Google this post-haste. Luna moth. Pink. We leave the green ones where I live, as far as I'm aware. Oh my god, there are pink ones! Whoa, they're pink and green! That's definitely what this person is going for, because it's pink and green! It's the... Is it the Chinese Luna moth? Pink spirit moth? Actias rhodonuma! Pink spirit moth. Spectacular insect. Ooh! 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 Here, look. Just look at it. If you will. Pink and fluffy and green all at once! Makes sense. Makes sense for this design. I see it. Sounds like you just said a spell. Every time I say the scientific name of something, because it's Latin, we always think I'm casting spells. Shadow Wizard Shroomate gang, we love casting spells. It's light watermelon. It is pastel watermelon, maybe. I'll close that, we don't need it. Whoops, spoiler. So, this design was almost too small to put on the thumbnail, but this is one of the designs that I've had in the non-human folder for so long, and it is one of the ones that has stuck with me the most, because the combo of feline-like features with a humanoid size and proportion body, but also with insect elements, felt very specific to me. And it was very memorable. So that is why it ended up on the thumbnail. You said moth's name, and now my cat is floating. Sorry, if I say the name again, will he come back down? Actius Is it rhodonuma? Perhaps, maybe, I think. 8 heads tall, is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 to 8 heads tall, maybe. Yeah, something like that. In that whereabout area. So, first off, you've asked about improving the color palette. I really don't have any complaint about your color palette, if I'm being so honest with you, other than the fact that this bright green is happening at the bottom. I like this as a change to undertone, but it is making your feet focal, which is unfortunate. We don't need the feet to be focal. If you want to have your green transition to a warmer, more yellow undertone, do it somewhere higher in the design, perhaps. Maybe your collar can have a little bit of that happening, or your gloves, or some sort of accessory on your head. But having the bottom of the design transition lighter is just a little distracting, unfortunately. I could see a hair accessory in that color working very well, though. So I'm just going to, real quick, cover it up. Just real quick. The other thing I have to say about color in this design is maybe more of a question than it is a critique, but it's a question to keep in mind, to bear in mind even. The bear we should have in our mind is me, Panda Squiiji. Bear in mind that the color that you have chosen for the body is reading as a flesh tone right now, especially since we are able to see your collarbone, and it reads very clearly. Therefore, your face is reading like it's skin? Is that what you want? Because it may be what you want. It may be. That may be fine. However, just be aware of that. Be aware because of the stupid moderation AI. I don't think you're gonna have a moderation error or issue with this because you are well covered, but I just think it's something to keep in mind. Almost looks like a hairless cat. Yeah, so if you want to be a hairless cat, that's fine. It's working okay. There's not an issue with it the way that it is. However, if that's not how you want to appear, you may want to edit the skin color, or really all it might take to make it clear that this is not skin and is instead fur or fluff is if you just give yourself like a couple little like meep, mwah, things. Break the edges just a little bit. Oops, my pen might be just a little bit too small right now. But I'm going to guess that this person maybe does want to appear just a little bit uncanny as being a fae. As being a fairy. Yeah, a fae creature. So let me just... make you appear a little bit fluffier. So like that reads as less uncanny, but you maybe want to feel uncanny as a fae. We do associate the fae with being a little bit otherworldly, perhaps. Might also be going for cat-like rather than straight up cat furry. This is true, but the face is very cat-like in a way that we've restructured the face almost into a muzzle. But yeah, fluffier also may work with the moth idea. Are they a cat or a fox? That's a good question. The tail is maybe pointing me towards fox. As is, I mean, the ear shape maybe also? I don't think this is a cat. I guess a fox would have somewhat similar face shape to a cat also? Fae fox, supposed to be a fox? Was I saying cat accidentally? Yeah, the name has fox in it, so I'm gonna guess fox is the intended outcome. Was I saying cat? I may have accidentally saying cat. Whoops. Fox moth, foth mayhaps? I don't know if I'd go that far. I don't know if I'd say that particularly. You can say that. I don't know if I would. So, okay, hang on. Coming back now. So, where was I? Oh, fluff on the body may work well for the fact that you are a moth. And also makes it feel like your skin is fur, which may be what you want potentially. Active yesterday on Blue Sky. Yes, this person is still active. I did in fact check. Sweater, a fuzzy cozy sweater? Could be a fuzzy cozy sweater. The thing that I was going to suggest as far as silhouettes go is to be more specific in your clothing. Right now your clothing is like the same width all the way down the sleeve and same width all the way down the body as far as your sweater goes. And then your skirt isn't all that specific as a skirt either. And I can see some opportunities to just make it feel more specific. A lot of fae we tend to associate with having bell sleeves, specifically bell sleeves where the bulk of the width is higher, where they almost have a bit that like sticks out up here. Maybe this is too feminine for what you're going for, but this shape almost feels reminiscent of florals sometimes, which is something we associate with the fae also. And you can have it so that it like bunches up or something, but then that's a much more specific shape for for your sweater. It could also almost maybe feel tiered even if you wanted to make it wider down here at the bottom too. I just want some sort of tapering. You don't have to taper it in the exact places that I have. Maybe this is too feminine of a way of doing it, but just add more variety to the outside edge shape of the sweater. And like we were saying, maybe it needs to be fluffy. Maybe if we were to see that it's like, you get like a couple little pieces that are like off the edge, so that it's one of those like, oh, what do you call them? Like the sweaters that are almost like made of a felt material. That could be nice, perhaps. Where the whole thing doesn't have to have like the super duper rounded outer edge to it, but just like a little bit of things breaking that edge. In like a thread-like manner might be nice. So, we just need to make the sweater maybe more interesting through texture and or through shape, perhaps. Realize the skirt is made of flower petals. That is what I was thinking. And if that is the case for the skirt, I feel like we could add more to it and repeat that reference also. Something that I think this design may be in need of is a repeating motif also. That'll help make it feel more specific. So if we're using a white floral, this could be maybe a daisy, or what other flowers have white petals like this? A daisy, or maybe a daisy, or are there any pink and white flowers? I'm trying to think. Well, you get a white flower. If you pick a specific... Oh, it's only daisies when I Google this. That and white roses. Oh, see, those are cute. You could pick a flower that is more specific. Ooh, white cosmos may be nice. Those have a more specific petal structure, where we've got inner petals and outer petals. It's a little bit ruched and ruffled, like a dress maybe, or like a skirt maybe. So that could work well. But then do you see how this has these little thinner petals on the inside? That could work well if we were to be able to see those underneath these tiers. So we could pick a flower, chamomile, a daisy, baby's breath is another white flower, but it's not really this type of shape. Almond blossom, any of these things. Oh, a daffodil even. There's daffodils that are white on the outside petals and then yellow or golden on the inside. Any of those could be good. But what I think you need is you need just something that makes it more specific. So like I'm adding just like the littler petals underneath here. Like that one that I just opened was, what was that? Was that an aster? I can't remember already. Flower petals also alternate how they layer. They don't stack. Ah, that's true. That is also a good detail. Hang on. We'll do that in a second. Let me just add this just really quickly. Just so that we have an example of something. But this will make the skirt feel more specific. Let me alternate the layering of the petals. So those ones seem like they're alternating the way that they would want to be. However, we just need this one to be on top here. I drew a terrible line. Try again, E.G. And then this one would be on top here, perhaps. Ha 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 ha. Florals. Carnation skirt would look cute. Could also. Frangipanis would go well with the yellow, perhaps, for otherworldly vibes. Oh, an orchid. Orchid could also be interesting. I don't love these flower petals I've drawn at the bottom here. But you just need something more specific going on with the flower skirt, so that way it reads more as a particular flower, and then also that detail will allow you to make the skirt feel like it is more specifically designed for you, because it felt just a little bit generic, unfortunately, the way that it was. We could use a little more specificity from it, perhaps. Let me look at a white carnation. Oops. Whoops. How many spelling errors can I make in the word carnation? Oh, white carnations have an interesting, like, bottom edge to them, too. Maybe that could help as well. Where instead of having a really even edge, you get, like, More variation on the edge. And then it might be just like a little bit more tiered, perhaps? What if white anemone flowers? Wait, white dahlias are beautiful? There's many a beautiful white flower. But I think the thing is just picking one of them. Pick a white flower that you may be partial to, and use that specifically. I forgot that I was going to add this color back in up here. I think that if you want to have this yellow tinted green, a better place to do it would be somewhere closer to your face. So if I put it up there in the collar, now we're bringing the focal point up. Lily of the Valley are very pretty. Lily of the Valley is one of my favorite flowers. They're very nice. This fella is also, yes, very friend-shaped for the most part. A lot of the edges are pretty rounded despite having very sharp claws. This fae is trying to look like a friend to lure us into our demise also, potentially. Wait, foxglove exist? Yes. There are a lot of options, perhaps, as far as flowers that could be referenced. We should take whatever the flowers we decide to reference and replicate it somewhere else in the design. Or, not replicate, we should use it somewhere else in the design as well. So whether that becomes, you know, maybe there's something going on with the collar that references the flower. Oops. We're like, oh, here's the petals coming out from behind whatever this latch is on it. Maybe there's flowers in the hair. Maybe there's something else that is a floral-like shape. Maybe you have, like, I don't know, some sort of highlight in your eyes or something that is floral. But just something. It needs replicated. We need a repeating motif. Armbands that hold the first tiered sleeve. Could be, perhaps. Yes. Maybe. Yeah. We just need a repeating motif. And then I did see the comment about how the leggings are sort of bland without it. I think that we may just want to do something else with the leggings to make them more interesting too. You mean you're censoring the word flower? Why in the world would it be censoring the word flower? That's peculiar. I don't even know what to suggest to make it stop doing that. I don't know why it would be censoring that word of all words. Strange. For the legs, I'm trying to think about what I would suggest to add visual interest to them. Because it seems like the lack of shoes is a specific decision here. And I don't want to say to add shoes. You could add shoes, that'd probably help a lot. But I'm going to imagine that this was intentionally designed without shoes. Vines could be good, a leg accessory would help with asymmetry, that's also true. The design is, other than the posing of the tail, 100% perfectly symmetrical, down to all the little tufts in the hair. Try ankle jewelry. Could try an ankle jewelry. Maybe that's one of the places where we get like our little repeat of whatever our floral is. You could have your little like thing happening. Maybe it doesn't have to be on both ankles. It would probably want to be a little bit darker in color than the skirt, just so that it's not as focal. Actually, it might be a little bit too dark. So it's not distracting, but you could make it more specific. This singing is fine. This is Nintendo singing. Nintendo's allowed to sing. We permit them singing. I'm trying to think of what else. You could have maybe like the classic vines on the legs solution. Many a VTuber who has plant theming does go for that. Whoop, hang on. Either or, maybe both. Something of this capacity could help. And then maybe I can see that like here it is curling on top of the leg. But something that adds interest would be good. One accessory on the ankle and the other on the thigh or mid-shin. Perhaps we could have something else. You could make it so that this vine, whatever it is the type of vine that blooms with the flower that your skirt is based on. So then maybe we can see like, oh, here's like the little like buds for it. And then we can see that it has like, I don't know, like a gold center or something on it. Florals. Blooming flower vines, maybe. I'm not sure I've placed that in the best, most optimal location, but just as an idea. The other thing I'm trying to think of is adornment. And this may just be my associations with the Fae, but I do think of them as being a little bit more adorned. They tend to be a little more accessorized, and the clothing they wear tends to be a bit like more embellished. Although I do see that this fey creature is now living in a modern civilization after being isolated for years, which is important for the clothing and animal aspects. So I'm gonna guess that the clothing is going to be in some way modern, but we can still have some embellishment on it, because I do believe that probably a fae who is used to clothing that is maybe more decorative or ornamented might not be happy with clothing that is more simplified, you know? Depends if they're in the feral or in the quartz. That's also true, I guess so. In that case, shoes would show integration, wouldn't it? That is true! If you're living in modern day, it might be rather strange if you're not wearing shoes. So maybe shoes would be good. Like mermaids wearing trash bags. What if they wear things that are not accessories as accessories? Well, for mermaids wearing garbage, that's just things they find that are relics of human that sink to the bottom of the ocean. What might a fae who is coming from the woods find as tokens of what humans are about and then integrate into their clothing, maybe? I feel like there could be some options, but I'm trying to think right now. Steffer, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Littered things. I mean, yeah, I guess still litter. Coins, maybe. That is sad that the oceans and the woods, the thing we associate as being left behind by people, is garbage. That's so sad. That's so unfortunate. Leftover camp supplies like matches and things. Wouldn't it be funny? That would be a total, like, vibe change. But what if this character's only understanding of humans comes from observing hikers? So, like, they have their hiking backpack on, or they have those, like, poles that through hikers will use, or, like, people who are on the Appalachian. Funny sticks that look like swords, maybe. Yeah. Leaving garbage in the woods right next to me? That is unfortunate. Be funny. Hikers are the only thing they know. That would be probably something that would extensively change the design, but just as, like, a note that may be fun for the designer. Fairy, if you are interested in it. Basing the way this character is designed off of someone, a type of archetype that maybe this person, or maybe they've run into. Because the other thing I'm thinking about with the way this character is dressed right now is, what if the only humans that Fairy has encountered are, like, the Instagram girls who are going there to take their aesthetic photos and then don't actually hike the trail. They go and have their little, like, they have, like, a snack or something and take their photos for Instagram and then leave. Like influencers, hiking or trail goers, yeah. But yeah, there could be something in that may be quite clever for concept. So I would suggest maybe finding an angle for one of those things conceptually, because that would add a lot of depth here too. Instagram people that only go glamping. Listen, my family ostensibly goes glamping. But it's not because we're influencers, it's just because we like being comfortable in the outdoors. I mean, we still tent camp. We still tent camp, but, like, we have a lot of things that make it easier to tent camp. Like, we have screened-in tent and stuff like that. Fairy who ends up looking like a fairy, not because of fairy culture, because of a cottagecore person that lives nearby. Cute athleisure would be fun, yeah. Like, I wonder if that could be an angle for the fact that this fellow's wearing leggings. You're wearing your leggings, and then we get your, like, Adidas stripe down the side. Because this is athleisure as opposed to being that. Yeah, camping doesn't mean you need to wake up with back problems. I'm gonna use my inflatable mattress. You can't stop me. But yeah, as a note, more specificity in your clothing would be very nice. The clothing, I think, is a little bit dull right now, which may be why you're feeling that your silhouette is lackluster. But for all intents and purposes, your silhouette is probably fine. I can't think of any other fox moths out there. Your hair has some nice positive negative space to it. My main critique for your silhouette is just the fact that you don't have a lot of asymmetry in your design. Actually, you have none. Your tail is just posed a little bit. But I would say, hang on, let me put it here. Silhouette, not bad. I would say you're recognizable. Push for asymmetry. I would take points off for your design's level of detail, though. The clothing seems under-detailed. This is why we're suggesting, what if you were influenced by, like, an influencer who was in the woods, or a hiker or something. I think you need a more specific fashion style for this fella. You could go, yeah, a little more Shakespearean, or a little bit more athleisure, a little more trail hiker, Appalachian through hiker. Something like that could probably be nice. For your color palette, however, I really don't have any complaints. You've got a good variety of undertones. The fact that your hair transitions from lighter to darker, you've got oranges and pinks and reds and greens and yellows. Honestly, your color palette is very fulfilling the way that it is. It's interesting, it's engaging, it's not overwhelming. Your choice to keep everything nice and pastel works well for the fairy aesthetic, which does tend to lean into a little bit more pastels sometimes. Works. That's how fairies dress? No, it's not. It's how humans dress, but this is how you dress? Huh? What? Fox, moth, fae, they hold multitudes. They do hold multitudes already, but I think we could still use one more thing. Conceptually, I am able to read that you are probably inhuman. I was reading you as being a butterfly fox, not just like fae, but the fae can really look like anything, but I do think we can push a little bit more out of your concept because the motifs aren't necessarily supporting it, and I think you could use a motif. The focal point in your design, unfortunately, the way things were your feet, because they were so bright compared to everything else. Your eyes being blue does do a lot to attempt to make your face focal, because that's the only place the blue occurs in the design. However, this color that was at the bottom of your feet, which is here, was also the only place that this yellow undertone green appeared, and it's also more saturated than I think any of your other colors are, other than maybe like this one red behind the body. So be careful. And I need to draw a ladder check. You won't catch me forgetting. Also, I've not participated in my bingo at all. Hang on. Mishmash socks we did have on the last one. I don't know if we had any spot blacks. No TOS violations. Concept is visible. We had an aquatic theme for the last one. I've not stolen any limbs. Toes have not been pointed in. Nope. Nope. I did say bear with me at least 3 times. No gold eyes. I did not change any eye colors. We did have good shape language. No bullet head. No unique irises, but I did suggest it. No fishnets. Plant/flower motif we do have, and I did say the last design plushified easily. I'm not very close to a bingo yet. American road trip music right now? You think so? I'm intrigued to know what your idea of an American road trip is. Shark Boy had gold eyes? Did Shark Boy have gold eyes? Indeed, do you have gold eyes? I didn't really look at your real eyes. I only looked at your glasses. I didn't notice if your eyes were yellow. They could have been. Shark Boy had gold. Really? Oh, I didn't even look at your real eyes. I think I totally ignored them. I'm so sorry. Gold eyes. Hey, no complaints about the gold eyes, though. Unique, too. They were. Okay. All right, I'll take it for bingo's sake. Let me draw a ladder on this design. I know I already graded for silhouette, but we may actually be modifying our grade for silhouette based on this, because I'm also noticing something. Tail is here. This is here. Bottom of skirt. Ooh, hang on. Top of skirt. That. Shoulders, which almost aligns perfectly with your hair. Your collar, which is about that wide. I would say that your mouth and your nose do add division lines to your face. Your eyes, your bangs, the top of your head, and the top of your ears. And I think that's probably all the lines I would draw here. Not the most dangerous ladder. I would like this ladder to be more dangerous, if at all possible. Why am I leaning? Do you see me leaning? Why am I leaning? Hello? EG has lost their balance and is just going to lean slightly to the left from now on. You can tell I'm really engaged. Big gap, variety in spacing, clustering burr in the face. Decent. I would like to see some diagonals and some broken rungs. It's more climbable than I would like. But I think that's already leaning into things we've said, which is that it needs more asymmetry. Your chair decided to also be dangerous. My chair is totally fine right now. I don't know why I'm leaning. Oh. Freezes. But I think this is the grade I would give. This design did stand out to me, and I almost had a crisis because it was almost slightly too small to put on the thumbnail, and I was like, I cannot believe that I've been saving this design for this stream to put on the thumbnail for it to be too small. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10? I think that sounds fair. Yippee! Good work! Kind of relief a simpler design can still get a decent score since mine's also simple with a similar ladder. Oh, let me show you some other designs that are maybe a little bit more pared down but are still gonna get good scores. That's a good tangent to our next one, but first we should do a little more clapping perhaps for Fairy. I like that it just looks like I'm jostling one of my hands. Hello? Pardon, I have 2 hands. There we go. It's kind of working. It kind of doesn't want to work, but it kind of does want to work. It's trying. It's trying. Rex, what do you mean exclamation point clap? What do you mean? I has no emote but claps. I believe there is a just like general emote that is not my emote, but is like the emote you can use when you're texting or anything like that. That is hands that are clapping. That if you send that one once, Moobot will not get mad. Yeah, Auto Nevermore has it. That one. That clapping one. Yeah. Oh, and also YouTube has it. Yeah. See, there's answers. There's solutions. Yippee. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink and also take a bite of my snack. This is Aphrodite! Space Cadet, Aphrodite. We may be familiar. We're doing high capacity of shroommates today. Aphrodite has a unique shroomate, if Aphrodite was in the chat. And then also, we'll be doing freeform also. Bald? I don't think I'd consider Aphrodite bald. I just think Aphrodite is not a creature that grows hair. Next door, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Welcome back. I'm honored that you would use your Prime sub for me, considering you only get one of those a month. I hope you enjoy your rotation. But yeah, look at Aphrodite. Cute little alien. So Aphrodite's concept is being a lava lamp alien. So the little helmet does have little lava lamp bubbles that cycle and move around the head. So that explains the shape of the hood right now. Yeah. Lamplian. So shapely, right? The shape language is very clear. Let me take my drink and bite of snack. Hang on. But I forgot to say, pronouns are she, her. And you can find Aphrodite at Cadet Aphrodite. I believe Aphrodite does have a Twitter, but I don't know if that one's active. Aphrodite, I think, is mostly on Blue Sky these days. It should be under that name. Are lizards and fish bald? That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're bald. I just think that they're not the kind of thing that grows hair. I don't think Aphrodite qualifies as bald because I don't think aliens, at least of this species, grow hair. Amber disagrees with me. I guess we could call them bald, but I think bald is a descriptor for things that can grow hair, but aren't, or have shaved their hair. So like a Sphinx cat is bald. Hairless cats are in fact bald. I agree. Because it's a creature that would normally grow hair that is not growing hair. However, I don't think a lizard or a snake is bald because they're not a thing that grows hair. Dolphins, bald. See, like, that's dubious. That's kind of dubious. That's a mammal, so theoretically a lot of mammals do grow hair. But dolphins don't, but that's because I think that's like a water-related thing for them. I don't know. Having a scalp wholly or partially lacking in hair is the definition of bald. I don't care what the official definition is. Hey! So technically, even when we do bald, for me, I'm still not legally bald. My head is not lacking in hair completely. I still have, like, my head shaved. I just have very short hair when I lose my hair. Hey, what are you disapproving of? Merriam-Webster defines bald as lacking a natural or usual covering as of hair, vegetation, or nap. What do you mean nap? If I have not had my nap recently, I'm considered bald? I do understand that you can be bald as in terms of vegetation, but interesting. We will focus. I want to win Gamba. Yeah, we'll focus. I just gotta eat my bite of cookie. I was having my sippy of drink. Oh, as in hairy, fuzzy, or downy surface. Oh, okay, I see, I see. Okay. So, first, Shrewmates. What's the focal point? Oh yeah, I'll stretch too. Stretch my arms. Shrewmates. What's the focal point? I say as if there is literally any question about it. If you think about it, normally EG is bald because their hair is actually part of their head. That's true. I don't have hair. Face, head, lamp, head, head. Purple. The orpal, which is framing the face, the purple and green and red in the face are the only places that we have high saturation color or those particular colors. Therefore, the face is abundantly focal. There's really nowhere else to look. I am looking Aphrodite right in the face. No trouble whatsoever. Focal point, 100%, 110%, 150%. Fantastic. Focal point. Next, I'm gonna do a ladder test. Aphrodite is kind of a little guy, so the ladder test isn't as effective because Aphrodite isn't very tall. I say as if I'm very tall. But if we check, there's a reason why I wanted to do this. I don't think this is actually something that goes on with Aphrodite outside of this particular illustration. Oops, hang on, this needs to be a little bit higher. There we go. And then this is up here. Oh, I can't place that line properly. There we go. So this is our ladder test for Aphrodite. I feel like belt could be 2. I guess the belt probably could be 2, you're right. And I could probably put another one here for the fingers. I have not managed to place some of these as accurately as may be helpful also. And like, I could probably place another one like there, maybe. Because like, this isn't on the same line as other things are. Honestly, the mouth is big enough I could place one for the mouth, probably 2. I think that seems about right. Oops. So here is our ladder. There are some things that are relatively evenly spaced out, and the clustering is not being done around the head. However, the head is plenty focal without needing to do any clustering around it. So it may be okay. Yeah, Toe Crusher 3000. Big gaps at the bottom, some bigger gaps at the top, some tighter clusters around the center of the body. But I think this is also par for the course for a chibi type of character too, because the head is just going to be bigger, so things will be a little bit more spaced out. Meanwhile, if we look at Aphrodite's torso is like half of one head tall. Aphrodite, I think, is only, what, 3 heads tall? And the entire chest and pelvis region is just 1 head tall. So of course they're gonna be a little bit more condensed. So I think that makes sense. But I don't really have any issue with the ladder here. Variety. I think maybe you would benefit from just a little bit of asymmetry somewhere, perhaps subtly. Like, there are some subtle details that are not completely symmetrical. If we look, there's a star on one side of the boot, there's a pocket on this leg. However, I still think we could use just like a little bit somewhere. The highlight on one side of the lava lamp helps, and I'm going to imagine that most of the subtle asymmetry that we would like to have is going to occur from the lava lamp bits that we just don't have right now in this illustration. I feel like Aphrodite definitely has a design that works better in motion, where we can see those elements moving around. The added motion does even more to make the head focal, and also will add a little bit more asymmetry. Maybe some patches, will that help with asymmetry? Yeah, so like, when I think of an astronaut suit, a lot of astronaut suits tend to have some sort of identifier on them that tells you, like, who they are associated with, or who the person themselves is, or just any other details, where they're from. Sometimes, like, you know, if it's somebody from Earth, they will have a flag on one arm and their NASA patch on one side of their chest, or their name somewhere on them. And then they will also have, like, little ports in their outfit for access reasons. That way, if we need to pipe some air in or pipe something else in, we can do that. I know that Aphrodite is going for a very simplified look, however, so this is definitely a situation where less is more. We don't need to add a ton of things, but, like, you know, Aphrodite is from the planet, I don't know. I don't know. Is Astrodite from a particular planet? I feel like I don't actually know off the top of my head. I'm gonna stick on it. Smack a sticker on the edge of the lava lamp, like lava lamps equals teens to me. Little like UFO sticker or something. Yeah. Oh wait, that would be so cute actually. They live on a spaceship, lava lamp patch. Maybe, I feel like that might be a 2 on the nose. I don't think we need to repeat the lava lamp too much, but something if maybe like we have a thing where it's like, all right, here's something that's on your shoulder that is some sort of patch that relates to whatever it is you're doing or where you're from or your affiliation or something. Maybe you have something that is some sort of identifier on your chest or some sort of like port for access that is on your chest. That might be nice. Astronaut suits may have some sort of rope to hook it and attach to the outside of a spaceship. Yeah, I wonder. A lot of them have like a belt or something, maybe. Or like there's hoses that move across the body and the chest. So like, I wonder if this is something where like, oh, maybe this instead of being like a badge is one of those like life support type of hoses. And then that adds something that breaks into the silhouette on one side. I think I've placed that a little bit strangely maybe though. They are placed on the upper chest though. I may just have to move this higher up the chest so it doesn't look like I've placed it somewhere strange. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. And then you can maybe have something that we can attach to. Small bubbles in the lava helmet portion. There is detail in the lava portion, we just can't see it right now. Little sticker, maybe Boy Scout-like patch, maybe. I do like the idea of having some sort of sticker on the helmet also. I saw the suggestion of having like a space or like a alien spaceship or something as like the sticker. That might just be like a little bit too on the nose. I'm not sure why an alien would have an alien ship referenced on here, but like Aphrodite could even replicate one of the icons where it's like, oh, you've got this shooting star thing. And then, oh, what if I make it so we can see that it's like wrapping around the inside in here and we can see it on the back side. Like if I go like that, so we can see that it's behind. And then you have your like, or something. But a sticker could be very cute. We do have car stickers here. You know, that is true. We do use car stickers, don't we? So maybe that's not as on the nose as I'm thinking it would be. I have a feeling that Aphrodite could come up with something more clever or creative than what I have suggested here for stickers, but a sticker might be very cute. But at the same time, there is kind of a lot going on with the inside of Aphrodite's helmet already with things moving around. So it may just feel like too much, but it is cute. Alien version of a car enthusiast. Earth sticker as a visitor souvenir. See, like that might be kind of cute as like, what if we have records of all the planets that Aphrodite has visited in terms of like little stickers, like you get in your passport sometimes, or stamps or something. Lava bubbles in the life support tube. Yeah, you could. What color is Aphrodite's lava? I don't know what color it is off the top of my head. Let me see. Whoops, I can't just Google Aphrodite. That does not help. Space. Cadet Aphrodite. Bam, let's see. Space Cadet Aphrodite. Are they green? I can't remember. Could also be simpler stickers if it's too much like circle stickers. That's true. Yeah, the lava is green. So you could see like, here's like the little like green bits contributing to the life support. They are floating around inside. Needs lava to live. Yeah. But I do think that having one or two little accessories that are asymmetrical would do this design well. But I do think it is important to note that we really do not need to go over the top here. Less is more, especially for a chibi-styled character. Area 61 sticker. Yeah, like that might be a funny thing. That might be like a good little joke of alien knowing that they are an alien. But yeah, simple sticker of some sort of tubing on the outfit. So that way we can tell that it's like being life supported or just a little bit asymmetrical. Those things would just be nice. But honestly, I'm not too bothered without them. Head is focal. Let me put the, whoops, hang on. Mark down complexity versus clarity. I'm yearning for maybe just like one more detail or two. Your silhouette is sort of an interesting question about what we do about it, because ostensibly your silhouette is nice big triangle at the top. It is somewhat transparent, so technically we may consider the silhouette of your head towards your silhouette as well. And then also your little lava lamp bits would also contribute. But you are completely symmetrical in a circumstance where I'm not sure that you necessarily need to be. Astronaut suits are not typically completely symmetrical as far as I'm aware, so it would benefit you to have a little bit more asymmetry maybe. But I do appreciate the shaping that you've done for your body, where your sleeves get wider at the ends, your boots are really nice and big and exaggerated, your zipper is nice and big so it reads well from a distance. So I think for silhouette, you are definitely recognizable from silhouette. I have no trouble recognizing you. I would say that you are very clearly recognizable. However, I still yearn for a little bit of asymmetry from you, maybe. Perhaps, please. Already made the joke today. I'm not gonna make it again. You should thank me. What joke? Some of their seasonal PNG models are without the lamp. Oh, that's also true. Maybe small backpacks that astronauts wear for asymmetry. Maybe, but I feel like the backpack that is worn is pretty symmetrical. Honestly, I feel like just the tubing might be enough for asymmetry. I feel like I've made that too small as a detail. I would probably say that it would want to be a little bit more exaggerated to match the exaggeration elsewhere. Whoops, I've done something weird to it. I don't quite know what I did. But like that seems appropriate for scale. It's cute. It is cute. Isn't Aphrodite cute? For color design, I do think that there's something interesting happening with the color design right now. It's very effective in making the focal point read. And it is funny seeing how Aphrodite has changed the way that she draws herself, because I think the eye color isn't so red anymore, if I remember correctly. I feel like her eyes are much more purple these days. But I may be misremembering. I may be projecting. Tube can trail off behind if it's attached to the ship. Can be treated like a tail. That could be cute if it's treated like a tail. Very Toy Story alien. Yeah, a little bit. So, I mean, as far as colors go, I don't really have any complaints. But I still feel like I almost want more color undertone variety in your grays, just because it's so much of what the color is, and it is the same color as the trim to the lamp, which makes sense because it's part of the suit. But I feel like there's just something I want a little more of. But honestly, I'm being really picky. I don't think it's that big of a distraction. I think the color palette is mostly fine. The relaxing loungewear outfit doesn't have a lamp, but their green head becomes flowy. Oh, they're depressurized. They're not in their pressurized lamp. Concept of motifs. I don't think any of us would have any trouble understanding that you are an alien. And especially when you have the little moving bits inside of the lamp, I understand it very clearly. I think that how triangular it is in this version makes it read not as clearly, but in some of your little doodles, it becomes clear that this is a lava lamp. So for what it's worth, lava lamp, alien, I get it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Also, you are so plushifiable. I could make you into a cute plush, literally exactly one-to-one with the way you are now without having to really remove anything, and it would be iconic. It'd be clearly you. It would work. I honestly really do not have that many critiques for Aphrodite other than a little bit of asymmetry and maybe just like some little bits of whimsy for flair. I feel like that is it. Unless other people have other things they would suggest, but honestly, the design already works so well, and it is a less is more situation where I really don't want to tell you to add very much. The level of detail it's at already is mostly fine. It's great. Your head is so focal. Also have to give you your bonus point. Do we have any particular constructive criticisms for mates? This is why I said that this may go a little bit fast. I don't have a ton to add for this one, and potentially for the next one either. Marketable plushie by default. Not a bad way to be. I'd say all the Animal Crossing characters are all marketable plushies by default also, and that works very well for them, so. I would say it works very well in this circumstance too. That may be all of the suggestions that we have here for you, perhaps. Which is to say, design works. Design is iconic and memorable and cute. And I can clearly tell what you are, and also I enjoy the creativity. In a world of VTubers that are mostly cute anime girls, I love the commitment to be just a funny little guy. I can't remember, Aphrodite made a scale that was like the, oh, what was it? Like little guy, gremlin, oh, what were the other things on it? Goober scale? You're just a little goober. You're a little goober. Just exactly what you need to be. I want more goober VTubers. Goober is an understandable thing to be. Yeah, we love the little guys. So I think this is a fair grade. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not a nat 10, but a 10 nonetheless. A 10 with a bonus point. 9 without, which is a very respectable score. Congrats, Aphrodite, congrats. Good work. Clapping. Round of applause for Aphrodite. I also get to check a box. Oh wait, not a nat 10, so I actually don't get to check a box. Whoops, I thought I did. I did not need to. I don't think nope, I don't get to check any boxes on this one. No contribution to bingo here. That's my critique, Aphrodite. You didn't contribute to my bingo. I'm kidding. You don't need to contribute to bingo. But see, there we go. So now we are 3 designs in, and it's only 4:21. I think I'm doing great. I think I'm doing great as far as pace goes. The song with headphones is trippy. I'm listening to it with headphones right now, and it's very strange. However, my auditory processing disorder, combined with the fact that I lack partial hearing in one ear, does mean that most times when people are trying to pan something...
Hey, what's up, gamers? It's your favorite boy, the littlest guy. It's Gary.
Hi, Gary.
I heard we were praising my kind, so I had to interject.
Your kind? Oh, the goobers? Or are you telling me you're an alien? Because they are cute, I agree either way. But... What's up, gamers? Hi, Gary. But songs that have panning, I can't hear. I can't witness the panning. So for as much as for Pam's concert, I was like, oh, I listened to it on the TV. I know that Pam spends a lot of time doing panning for the Christmas concert, so it sounds like it's around you. I put my headphones in and was like, I'm gonna listen to it with panning. I was like, be so for real. I forgot that I can't experience that, and I'm so sad about it. There's only a couple of songs that I think I managed to perceive when there's panning in, and it's when it's really extreme. So what is it? Moe Chaka Fire has a thing where it bounces the audio back and forth between your ears when you're listening on headphones, and I can hear that because it's so extreme. It'll be on one ear and then the other ear and then back and then the other one. So it's not consistently on both or left or right. I have no directional audio awareness at all as a person. Hold up. I'm holding up. I put panning in your song, did you? I couldn't witness it. Oh no. You're telling me you never noticed? I won't notice. I can't. I don't have directional hearing. When I play Minecraft, I have to have the little thing that tells me what direction a sound is in. Or when I played Fortnite has an accessibility feature that I have to use. I'm really bad at shooters that don't have that because there will be a sound cue and I can't tell where it is at all, even slightly. No clue. And the reason, the way that I figured it out that I had this was the fact that consistently for a lot of my life, there would be a loud sound somewhere near us in the house or outside of the house or something, and everyone would look in a direction at it and I would look a completely other direction. Fortnite sound is turned on by default for everyone these days. Hey, that's nice. I'm glad. But yeah, Fortnite sound accessibility is fantastic. I love it. I need something like that because they have an indicator, I believe, not just for what direction it's in, but for how loud it is, which is good because my right side, I have very limited hearing in. I don't know what happened. It's hearing loss from something. Don't know when it occurred exactly, but I can't tell very much in volume. It's not great. Yeah, more games need things like that because that's why I can't play stuff. Is because I can't tell where things are, unfortunately. More games should have it. I like accessibility features. They're nice and good. They help all of us. I want to have that. I have the same issue, and it drives my friends insane. I get lost in games, they have to call to me, but I can't follow their voice. Oh no! I haven't had that happen particularly. I haven't had that one. but I can relate in other ways. It makes me very easy to jump scare also because since I don't know where somebody is, if somebody talks to me and I don't know where they are, I will jump. If you spent most of their time in heavy metal concerts, you're kidding, but I did. That may be related. Oh, I wore hearing protection. I don't think I was anyone that was super loud, but I did go to a lot of metal concerts from like 2013 to 2019. It was just real good. At the end of your song, there's a panning 8-bit melody in the background. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't witness it, Lance, but thank you for putting it in there. I'm sure the other showmates who have listened to it have enjoyed it. I just can't hear it. I do think sometimes about how much I miss out on in life because I, like, don't have that. It makes me just a little sad sometimes. Where, like, for as much as I'm working on things, I will not be effective at mixing. If I am mixing as, you know, doing audio engineering for things, for like a cover or something, it doesn't work. I can't tell if things are panned or not, so I think I'm overdoing it and it makes me a little sad. What can you do? You deal with the cards you're handed. You make the most of it. There's a lot of panning and mixes. Yeah, I can't hear it, so I can't contribute to that. So I need people to mix for me, it seems like. What can you do? Anyways, I should keep us moving. We're getting distracted. I'm gonna read about this goober, and then I'm gonna take a sip of my drink and a bite of my snack and a stretch of my arm. So, here's Freeform! He/him at Freeform Art at Blue Sky, on the blue sky. Freeform is a simple dungeon slime who one day found sentience after some odd people wandered through the dungeon and the boss went missing. I do realize my design is super simple, but I'm happy to hear your thoughts and opinions. I know I will not pass the ladder test in any way, shape, or form. Freeform, you don't need to pass the ladder test. You're not a humanoid. You're not human. You're not tall. You don't have to pass the ladder test. The ladder test is, quite frankly, not built for you. You're like you're almost an Apple from reverse 1999 type of design, where a lot of the credentials in the rubric are just not applicable to you because you are very pared down, you're very cartoony, and you're very condensed for the most part. This is a less condensed version of you than I feel like I'm used to seeing. You're usually a little more condensed than this. This is full extension Freeform. You're a little more orb-like, I believe, under most circumstances. But I do think this pose is doing good things for your silhouette and for your material properties. Yeah, Free's usually a little more bean-shaped. A little guy, little orb, rotund fella. Sieve test maybe? Can Freeform pass through a pasta strainer? No, don't strain your Freeform. I feel like the eyes and the mouth would be caught somewhere. Do you mind if we watch this on stream? No, you're fine. Go ahead. You are welcome to. Just be aware I may ask you questions and I may need you to tell me answers in my chat. Since you are here. It is usually the most helpful if I can still speak with you in some way. Free's been turned into a lot of food. I guess that makes sense. So, things to point out first and foremost. Focal point is your face. However, at that rate, you are mostly face. You are almost entirely face. So if you were not succeeding in your focal point, I would have some greater concerns to express, but your face is focal. For the fact that your body is mostly blue, your eyes and mouth being green does give them a lot of good contrast. It makes them stand out. So, focal point does in fact work. Really no concerns there. At all. None, zero. So, focal point. Full points. I'm looking you in the face very respectfully. Almost sounds like a strange diss. You're mostly face. It does, but I don't mean it that way. I'm being completely neutral in saying that. It's just a descriptor. I'm just describing you visually. Valid can't miss the focal point of the whole thing is the focal point. Yeah, just like Apple from reverse 1999. The focal point is you. Yeah, it's a fact. It's not like it's a diss. It's just something objective going on. Said with Riz. I don't do that. I don't say anything with Riz. I don't intend to have any Riz. I might be charismatic, but I do not have Riz at all. Even slightly, I do not want to or wish to. But focal point, full points, no concerns. For color palette, I don't have any issue with your color palette the way it is now, but I feel like you could use a little bit of creativity from time to time with your color palette. The fact that you are a slime opens you up to having more interesting material properties. Do you know what I mean? Where you, in texture, are slimy, you're going to be glossy, but what else can that mean for you? I see already that we're playing with little sparkles that are within. However, I feel like you could still benefit more from a greater range of color in your rendering. So like, granted these blues are shifting cooler than the highlights are, which are a little bit more aqua maybe in color, but I feel like we could push that even further. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can push it further. We're like, I'll blur it out so it's not as harsh, but you're a little slime. You are inherently a magical creature, almost like an oil slick. You could do that if you want to. That's not necessarily what I'm suggesting, but you could do that. So like, I'm pushing some of your darker points even, whoops, like more into purples a little bit, because I feel like that will bestow upon you an interesting quality. Let me transition it just a little bit more gently. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Give me a little bit of blur, it doesn't need to be so strong. Let's see, is it working? Is my Gaussian blur working? Oh, it's not, because I locked it. Hack for all of you, Gaussian blur doesn't work if you alpha lock a layer. Just so you know, in case you were wondering. There we go. Because that's something that just adds a little bit more interest to the design, where I feel like you could benefit from it. How would that work when in ball form? I believe when you're in your ball form, you are the darkest at the core, right? Because there's the most material there. I think that it would probably be something where it's radiating out from the center. Would you like me to send a PNG in ball form, by the way? That may be helpful, yes, mayhaps. What if Orpal? You could have a little Orpal. You don't need to have a lot of Orpal, but a little Orpal might be nice. Freeform, if you want to stick that in live suggestions, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Interest be upon ye. Yes, but also at the same time, we were talking about this, whoa, with somebody else. If you just add little pops of saturation in places, that can add a lot to your rendering. So what I'm gonna do is I am just going to sample your edge color and shift it to like something else. So like, what if pinks in some places? I'm gonna go like pink on this edge, and maybe the other edge gets some other color like gold or something, and maybe there's layers of it that happen, almost like you're being lit by something in your surroundings. When you're in your ball condensed form, it would probably not be as engaging, but you could still have it so that you are experiencing edge highlights of one color on one side of you, maybe edge highlights of another color on another edge somewhere. What if like yellow even, like, ooh, like maybe this isn't just only pink, maybe it's pink and yellow transitioning. So then we're just adding interest. Yeah, light refraction, chromatic aberration, maybe even. Thinking about what might happen to objects that are seen through you also, where, you know, are you going to tint things that are seen through you? Are you going to change the shape of them? Light would be something very important to improve for looks for sure. Yeah, you're a slime. You are mostly about lighting. So I feel like adding more interest in your lighting will do a lot for you. Where there's nothing inherently wrong with your color palette the way you have it right now, but it's just something that could be added upon. There we go. Make you feel well and truly slimy. I'm not sure what I've done is necessarily the solution, but it is adding something. Didn't see the outfits. Yes, there are other outfits, which is something that I would say is a testament to having a simplified design, is what you can do with it. So I do think that the true strength in Freeform's design is its flexibility. The fact that you can modify the design to fit whatever it is you're doing on stream, whether it be cowboy game, night game, maybe you have a microphone inside of you if you're singing, or yeah, we've made you into a beverage. Your flexibility, I think, is one of your greatest strengths. Yeah, you are very freeform. We could say that. Slimes are flexible. So, I think that you do, from what I've seen a little bit of, you do have a good handle on creating accessories and alternate looks and costumes. And I think that that is going to be your greatest strength, is doing a lot of that, where you are still very clearly and easily recognizable from your blue slime and green face. So we can just decorate you up from time to time, and all those decorations add to your silhouette in interesting individual ways. You're simplified in a way that also makes designing an outfit, which is usually just a hat, not that intense also. Let me see if, did you send the bean? I didn't check yet. I got distracted, I was yapping, and you probably did, let me see. Yep, there you are. Haha. Yeah, and I would say, from having looked at you in your little round form, your little bean form, I think that you could definitely benefit from more interest in the way that you are rendered. I would suggest that you look at, and this is gonna sound kind of funny, but if you look at like Fruitager Arrow rendering tutorials, they do a lot with so little for the rendering to make it visually interesting. They make things feel really glossy and smooth and interesting. They've got a lot of variety and color undertone as well. Fruitager Arrow. Fruitager Arrow. It's an aesthetic style from the 90s and early 2000s, I believe. Fruitager Arrow, I think, would be an aesthetic style that could benefit you greatly. Windows Vista, my beloved. Yeah! My family computer ran Windows Vista all the way until like 2022. In that case, Leaf Hat. Leaf Hat could be cute, yes. 90s and 2000s, yes. Just eat your brain. Don't let Freeform eat your brain. Don't let Freeform eat your brain. The other thing that I may suggest to you, just for your model, is that having a lineless style may be nice. Where if we can see that this edge in the model is fading to be almost a little bit transparent, which is something you can do with Live 2D model. You just have to use Spout. Spout 2? Spout? You just use a Spout capture so you can get transparency or translucency effects. Transparency and translucency, I think, will be good friends for you, because that will also increase the interest in your design. And this might sound even crazier. I'm not sure if there's a way to make this track you, but there is a plugin by Huraken for OBS, which distorts things. And I wonder if there is some way you could pin that plugin to yourself to distort what is behind you. Like, here, wait, I think I have the plugin installed. I'm just gonna add a sphere. People usually use them when they have those little donation cups. Oh, okay, wait, hang on. If I add it, I think I have to add it on here. Let's see if I can find it. Filter, I can tell you what it's named correctly as soon as I find the right one. Is it this? No, it's not that. Sorry, hang on, I'm playing around with filters right now. Get rid of that, that's not the right one. Oh, remove, let's see. Which one is it? I can figure out. Not backlight, not billboard. Is it? No, not billboard. Candlelight, color correction, color splash. Is it frosted glass? No, it's not this one, but that's close. We're getting in the right direction here. Glow. Horizon camera, horizon lens? Is it this one? I swear to you I have it. I swear to you I have the filter. If not, I can just send you the name of the person who makes it. Is it refraction? It might be refraction. Yeah! Wait, this is the one I wanted. Yes! Yes. OBS shader filters that might have something to get what you want. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Right now it's on top of you. And you can move it around. But isn't this neat? You could have something like this placed behind you if you have sort of like transparency effects where you are translucent, and that could be very interesting. This is called refraction. Let me find you the name of the person who makes the plugin just real quick. I think it's H-O-R, I hate trying H-O-R-A. No, I hate trying to search for things on Twitter because I know what it is. And I could type it in totally correctly and it won't find it. But it's the person who makes the 3D panel effect that I use also. God! Is it H-A, maybe? Oh no, it's gonna drive me nuts! I'm not gonna be able to find it! Ah! Apparently you can like control the OBS Move plugin too. Yes, you can. That's like one of the whole functions of this plugin is that you can use other plugins to control it. So you could use the features of it to move it when your body moves also. I can't find what it is. God, no. What is it called? Oh, no. It'd be important for sure. Yeah. Oh, what is the name? Oh, wait, I know where I can find it, actually. Can you see if I open Discord right now? Oh, you can't. It's on the wrong monitor. I know that it was posted in a server I am in recently. One of their filters. Let's find it. Yes! See, I was spelling the name correct, too. It's H-O-R-A-I, and I wasn't finding it. Here we go. This is the person. They make a lot of really interesting OBS plugins, and this one is one of the really interesting ones that could be useful. Yeah, Hirai-chan, yes. I thought there was a K, but it wasn't even coming up when I typed in H-O-R-A. There it is. There you go. Yeah, maybe check that out, because that could be cool to have behind you, so you're distorting things if you are semi-transparent. Because I think being semi-transparent would benefit you. Then I do also think that you should be lineless, stylistically. Perhaps. And one of the other things that I think you are missing right now, I don't know if you actually have this effect, you might, and I just am not seeing it right now. But you're so condensed. Give me a little bit of slime that is interacting with the ground, maybe. A little bit of asymmetry, but then that also tells me a little bit more about your material properties. We gotta gloop you up a little more. You are very condensed slime. Loosen up a little. I do agree that Freeform is probably blue raspberry flavored. But yeah, you could use to be a little bit more gloopy. And then similarly with your eyes, I feel like your eyes could use to be a little more glossy in the sense of being, yeah, a little more glossy, like it is wet. But your eyes don't really read as being damp right now. So I would suggest that you do some studies as far as rendering goes to make your eyes feel well and truly like they're also a glossy thing. So most of my critiques for you do come down to material rendering. So color-wise, I think we could use a little bit more variety in your undertone for visual effect to add interest. For your silhouette, I think that you need just little bits of something that extend off the edge. Gloop yourself up just a little bit more. Especially, it'd be cool if you can find some way so that when you move, because I know when you turn, you move a little bit. If you could make it so that you're almost leaving like a trail behind you a little bit that maybe like sticks out for a little while and then slowly like comes back into your body through cohesive force, that might be nice. It's just like an added touch for our understanding material. But I think your silhouette just needs a little something more, because I don't know if we can identify you by silhouette alone right now. You're an orb. If you add little bits of slimy things, that would definitely help. Your hats also definitely help, but in your base form, little more. Wouldn't be too hard? Yeah, I think you should. Yeah, I'm seeing people say it could be done with physics. It'd be worth it. It'd be worth the physics. Surprised I get a point at all. You're a slime. Me telling you to have a crazier silhouette, I feel like would be just an unrealistic statement. Your silhouette is what we expect from a slime. I do think that it may be beneficial to you if you had the ability in your model to, when you like are like looking up or something, to lengthen yourself out into a shape more like this. And if you squish yourself down, maybe become like a flatter puddle. I'm not quite sure how that would be achieved with Live 2D, but I think this would still benefit your silhouette if you had more variety when you extend your body or move your body around. Yeah, squash and stretch in action. Are you this is their base design? If they wear a hat or accessory, silhouette changes become so memorable. And that's what I'm saying. That's the other reason why I'm not taking more points off. Your design is inherently made so that you can accessorize it, and the accessories are where you're probably gonna get most of your silhouette from. Even just the addition of the straw to the top of your head makes you so much more recognizable, so it would work. The only thing of how to do that thing, I have a good idea of how to do it. Do it, you got it, do it. Do it. It'd be so good if you did. But yeah, no, you're definitely at least getting 1 point. I don't think it'd be fair to take all of your points for silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, this may sound crazy. I really don't have any issue with your level of detail. You're leaving yourself the space to create those accessories on top of you. That is the whole point of you, is that you're leaving space. This is where I would take off points for wanting a little bit more out of your rendering. if you're gonna be a slime, we gotta commit to it and all the material properties of transparency and gloss and variety of undertones and things like that. I think that is the detail that you need. Maybe even like a little bit more detail in your eyes, maybe. But honestly, the level of detail is totally fine and appropriate, especially given the fact that you're going to be adding more through the accessories that relate to whatever it is that you're doing. So, totally fine. And then concept and motifs. You are a slime, and you are a blue slime. I think that no one would have trouble understanding that you are a little creature that crawls around in a dungeon, especially given the way that you brand yourself at large. If one look at your stream and we can understand your concept pretty much immediately without any trouble. Because what more do you need to do? You're a slime. And for as much as you could add more layers to your concept, I feel like you don't necessarily have to. I can't help but wonder if there was something more specific about your sliminess where, like, I'm trying to think of what kind of element I would suggest to add. Like, because adding any motif to you does take you away from being a slime in some capacity, but I wonder if there can be creative things you can do for different permutations of yourself. So, like, if we're thinking about, okay, you are being a night slime or something, or just for your base form, if you're doing something for spring and you're like, all right, this is the spring slime version. What if spring slime has more of these shapes on it, so that way it feels like we're referencing flower petals, you know? Or what if, I'm trying to think of what I do for the other ones that you have here. Like, you've got your cowboy. What if your cowboy slime has more like little gloop things coming off of it, like your arms, almost in a way that's replicating the tassels to remind me of an ice cube for winter. Yeah, like that's good. So finding those creative angles to apply the motif of whatever these secondary ideas are is good. But your base design is fine. It doesn't need those things. We're trying to leave space for flexibility. Yeah, flowers floating inside the slime would be cute. Any kind of inclusions would be good. But I still think, as far as concept goes, I really don't have any issue with it. The whole point of your concept is leaving it open to add those accessories and other things. So I think that your design doesn't work as well when you are not having those other secondary layers. But the whole point of the design is to have those other things. So I'm giving you full points, which may sound a little bit crazy. You really thought you were not getting any points, which I also think is really funny. I don't know why you didn't think you were getting any points. You are a bit of a special case when it comes to designing. You are definitely an Apple from Reverse 1999 type of situation. And then on top of that, you are all about customization and modification. Your form is very free, as you've said. So I feel like this is a valid grade. And I don't know if does anyone contest that? I don't think anyone would. Does anyone have any further suggestions here? Also, one in the fridge because I can't forget the little guy. The note left about the ladder is funny though. Peak silly little guy. I do like your note about the ladder. I don't think you have any divisions in a ladder until we reach your mouth and your eyes. Jiggle physics, just a peak silly little guy. Yeah, yeah, just a little guy. I'm sure there's a little bit of jiggle physics for the slime. I'm sure there's some. But like, yeah, most of the considerations we have to make here are more technical than they are necessarily design based. So you've got enough visual interest, works fine for what it is. If BB-8 can be instantly recognizable and sellable and plushable, Freeform can too. Exactly! Less is more sometimes. Less is more. We don't need a ton. To be honest, I did the rubric myself before, and I think I gave myself a 7, so the 0 was mostly memeing. Ah, okay. What did I give you? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? So you were close with your own grade for yourself. And then 9 with my bonus point. Waha! Good work, Freeform! We love a little goober. Today should have been called Little Goober Day. Although not everybody is a goober that we're looking at today. But good work! Can we get a round of applause for Freeform, please? Also, thank you. I saw that you shouted me out earlier. I appreciate it. Very kind. Yippee! And I feel so bad. I've had you downloaded for so long. I don't know if you were here earlier to hear me talk about how you and Aphrodite have been sitting in the folder for like 6 to 9 months, something like that. We just didn't have enough other guys to go. Add a little goober folder for VTuber critiques. I might add little goober as a folder, maybe. Shark and Foxmoth Fae were pretty goobery to me. I don't know. I feel like it could be more goober-y. Can't believe I got a near perfect score. Congrats! I truly enjoy the flexibility of your model. I think it's one of the strengths of it. So, deserved, I would say. Jarl Odin, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Whoop whoop. Ooh, the fridge puts me one away from a bingo? Really? Really? How's my bingo doing? Do I add anything to a bingo here? Do you think Freeform has the I have to pee pose? You are an analogous color palette, though. Hey, Freeform. How about some fishnets? Or maybe a clown or a jester theme. Freeform, do you violate Twitch's TOS? I don't think you do. Not a lot of points gained there. Good thing we're thinking about slimes, though, because our next character is also slimy, but a little more humanoid in the slime nature. I have been drawn in fishnets before. I don't even know how I would fathom that working. Freeform is naked. Well, like, under that metric, is this character also naked because the clothing's made out of slime? I feel like I don't know. Adorable. Yes, we have another slime. More slimes. If you thought the slimes were over, think again. More slimes. This is Anna Whiterose. She/her at, or Amma, not Anna, sorry. Pardon. Amma Whiterose. Lore, I am a slime from the cave depths who followed an adventurer to the outside. I became fascinated with humans and decided to take on a human shape. Except I didn't get it right, since slimes don't have much intelligence. Hence the 4 fingers rather than 5 and overall strange proportions. So this fella has decided to design herself to be intentionally a little bit wonky in proportioning. So that's fine, we can understand that. So very gooey. The immediate thing that I would say is a concern with this design is the fact that the color palette is so simplified that the eyes are not focal, unfortunately. All of the body, including the hair, being purple, while the dress is pink, does make the dress the focal point. I don't really look away from the dress all that much, unfortunately. So I would suggest distributing color more throughout and also maybe having more variety in your undertones. Your purple shading is the exact same hue as your color is, and I feel like slimes benefit a lot from having more variety in their undertones. So let me see if I can do like a select color gamut and grab everything that is that purple. Yeah. And then normal color. I'm gonna hue shift all of those things more into blue, perhaps. Let's see if this works. There we go. Maybe not that far into blue, but do you see how that's adding just a little bit more interest? It feels a little bit more considered. And then similarly, I think there's a design that would also benefit from having some gradients to suggest maybe translucency or something of the nature. Because as we were saying before with Freeform, the greatest strength of a slime is the material properties. So like if we had, you know, lighter elements around the edges where it's almost like we can see partially through, that might be nice. And if we put them on a gradient, it'll make it feel more like we're witnessing a material property, despite the fact that you are otherwise opaque in your shading. Grape and bubblegum. Yeah, this is a very opaque slime. And I feel like they would benefit from being less opaque as a slime, perhaps. So like, I would... And this may just be a general thought that I have about slimes across the board, but I feel like having such strong, uninterrupted line art is not as beneficial to the materials as it could be. Where if your line art, instead of being this mono width, had a lot more taper to it, that would also help us understand your material properties a lot more, where it almost feels like we're starting to see through you a little bit in some places, maybe. And granted, there are some places where it seems like it is cutting in a bit more. I feel like I just want more of that. Or you could even do segmented line, which is something that I like to do a lot, where instead of having the lines be continuous, you've got like little gaps in it where you can see the color underneath. That makes it feel more like you are nebulous in your shape and form, which I'd imagine you are as a slime. But I think that we just need more attention paid to your rendering here. Colorful line art, I would agree with that. I'd say colorful line art could also be pretty beneficial here too. Hydrate, oh, I was supposed to take a snack and a drink and I did not do either of those things. I will do that. Select color gamut first, however, though. Oops, hang on, I gotta be on this layer. Ooh, select color gamut, grab that. And then maybe if instead of being blacks, but the internal line art was instead just like a darker blue. Let's see if I did an okay job selecting for this to work. Ooh, maybe the lips would be that color too. Maybe the eyebrows where they're not behind the hair. Just generally place this. Oh no, I'm editing on the wrong layer! Wrong layer, Kronk. Did anyone need that for their bingo? Whoopsie daisies. There we go. Try again, take two. It'll be okay. Oof. Hey, at least I don't have to redo that much. It wasn't that bad. Come through and then I'll get my sippy of drink. And then these elements. Oh, I wanted to hue shift the undertone of this also, but we'll get there. So like darker, more purple. Honestly, probably make it darker, more saturated. There we go. I do channel Wario a little bit. Or Mario. So this is feeling a little bit less stark, a little more pastel. Let me make my edit to the undertone of... Ooh, I didn't get a good selection on all that. The undertone of the dresses shading. Select color gamut, and grab that gamut. My gamuts are not great. Why are my gamuts not great? I need better gamuts. Reset. Can you... Yeah, there we go, that's better. Maybe I just need bigger threshold. Wah! More saturated, darker, hue shifted. Give me a color layer. Bam! Or not a color layer, although I guess I could use a color layer. But do we see how that just feels more interesting? Having it be less desaturated? Kind of want the holes in their skirt to look more goopy. They just look like tears when water. Sometimes they're more gravity influenced. I do agree with that. I feel like the tears could be touching the edge even, where right now, like, oops, hang on, wrong layer. Oh, hang on, how do I want to do this? Like, it doesn't feel like it's being affected by gravity. Like, this could be like that. Oh, layers. Oh, yeah, there we go. And also making the tears and the goo at the bottom edge of the dress not perfectly symmetrical would also be a good touch. A lot of the time we can get away with making dresses and skirts very symmetrical without it being too distracting. But in this case, because this is such a free-formed fluid, free-form mention, it would benefit from being less consistent, perhaps. Similar with, like, the knees and the arms. There's a little bit of it, I think, happening in a couple places, but I don't think it's quite enough. Crazy idea. 2 marks in the dress because it looks like gum. I don't know if that is what this person had intended. I don't know if they intend the dress to feel like bubble gum. Maybe, if that is something that, she's interested in, it could make it bubblegum-y. I do also think that for as much as this is a slime who is not familiar with humans or their culture, I do think that the dress could be a little bit more specific in its shape, and we could use a little bit of layering here, perhaps, where you can still be a little bit fashionable as a slime if you want to be. I think it would be beneficial to you. And the first thing I would do is just modify your sleeve shape. This feels like it's undecided between being short sleeve and short sleeve and sleeveless. And I feel like you could just lean further into being sleeveless and just continue your lines a little bit more. This is a design that is looking to be simplified, or is aiming to be sort of simple. And I don't say that in a bad way. It's pared down. So to pare down our shapes, we don't have to have 2 lines in that area. We can just have 1. We'll make it feel just more thoroughly considered. The colors are very bubblegum-y. If that is what this person intends, then maybe I would agree with you to make it clearer that it is bubblegum in that way. But like, I'm just gonna gooify some of the elements a little more, maybe. Like, there's that little drippy point up near the collarbone area. That could be clear. We could make it more exaggerated, make it a little bit bigger, perhaps. I think that you would also benefit from gradients, mayhaps, also. You are very monochromatic in your body, and I wonder if it might be nice— whoops, hang on, I lost my highlights. If it might be nice if you were to have, like, areas where the slime is thicker be darker, so that way it feels like there is, like, density almost? Am I describing this in a way that's understandable? I'm not sure. So, like, what I mean by that is if I take, like, a multiply layer and just sort of place a darker color at the center of forms, or where forms are overlapping, it'll make it feel like we can't see through you as much in the center. I'm gonna taper it out because it's just too much right now. And then, like, the leg, because you're wearing clothing around it, would not be as see-through. I think a lot of my critiques are mostly around material properties here as they were before. And then I'd probably do this in, like, the head or the hair, too. There we go. And then, like, in here, and then in here, I gotta figure out how I'd want to do it for the face so that it doesn't feel like the face is too dark in the center. It might make it too hard to understand. So we may just, like, leave it be. Honestly, leaving them fully opaque isn't the worst. Dress ID and life suggestions, thank you. Thank you. Let me see. Here we go. Ooh, making it flowier. Very cool. I don't know what it is. Anytime you send me images, and, like, it's not meant to call out you in particular, there's something about it where I can't copy and paste them. I have to screenshot them for some reason, and I wonder what it is. Character design suggestions. Yeah, we have some suggestions. Pretty render, but ruffling and, like, a sleeve area might be nice also. Hi, Freeform. What is this? Oh, a flower from earlier too. Hang on. Come back here. But that might be nice as a shape also. Hello? Can I draw? Oh, there we go. Now I can draw. And then make it very clear that this is drippy on the edge. I almost just said something that would make you all very disappointed in me. I almost just let the brain rot win. Can't let the brain rot win. We can't do that. Can you guess what I almost said? Guess what I almost said. Whoops, hang on, make that thicker. Yeah, outline layer. Ruffle top made of gloop. Yeah, ruffle top made of gloop. Very good. Something about white? No. No. Something about drips. Drippy with drip? No, not that. Maybe this is something that's not even considered current brain rot, so you won't guess it. Brain rot has maybe progressed beyond my understanding of it recently. Also, I didn't make this as form-fitting on one side accidentally. I have no idea. I almost said I like my dress drippy, as in I like my cheese drippy, which is a phrase that Jubby and I say to each other not infrequently as a joke. Drip like fashion. Hey, that would be good. That would be like an actually good joke. Yeah, we want to make sure this fella's got the drip in a fashion sense. Never heard that before? Amber, I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad that you've never heard it. That's from Mr. Beast and Logan Paul's food thing, which is, I don't even know what it's called. They're not Uncrustable. Beastables? No, that's the bars. The mold lunch? Yeah, the mold lunch. Wait, leaving it open really looked good on the one side? What do you mean by that, leaving it open? As in, like, making it, like, taper so that it's higher on this side? Is that what you mean? What do you mean? Was that what it was? Sorry, I was not looking. I don't know where to go back to. Can I steal this chest cover thing for next week? Sure, why not? I don't see why you can't borrow it. You can borrow my ideas. You're not stealing it. Lunchly, yeah, that one. There's like a video where they're like having nacho cheese or something, and it drips, and he says, I like my cheese drippy, bruh. Wow, I never thought I'd have to explain a brain rot thing that I know that you guys don't know. I never saw this coming. I would not have predicted this for my bingo card for this week. I know a brain rot that you don't. How bizarre? Yeah. Thank goodness we didn't get them here. My first year in Rachel had so many kids asking about it. Oh no. That's less fun. Yeah, honestly, a little bit of asymmetry here. Kind of nice. I could even like put it up higher on one side. Ha 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 ha. Visual interest. Which I think this just needs a little bit of, but yeah, do we see how much more considered that already feels? Because we're doing layering. Layering is our friend. Honestly, I may even just like... Waha! Make a little bit of it missing for funsies. There we go. So Mr. Beast cut out of in a Zaxby's or something? They have them in, what is it called? The... is it Sheets? One of those gas stations has them too. I don't know what it is. You keep filling it in when it looks good open. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean filling it in? I don't know what you mean by filling it in. Filling what in? With color? I guess I could make it less opaque, and it might be nice to be less opaque. But I don't know what you mean. When Prime got here, it cost like $9 per bottle. Only tried it once. Yeah, I've not tried Prime. I've tried Body Armor, but not Prime. Glad I get rid of brain rot. I think that's the only brain rot that I in any way participated in. Just like propaganda, none of us are immune to brain rot. Stay swifty out there. Are you quoting Rick and Morty? Is that what you're doing? Is that what that's from? I think that's what that's from. Anyways, also, things. The hairbands are transparent, which is surprising to me. I don't think they have to be. If you do the outline, it looks like it was done on purpose, and then you fill it in the middle. Do the outline, and it looks like it was done on purpose, and then you fill it in the middle. Do the outline. What? Do you mean if I go like this and just remove this chunk so that it looks more transparent? Like that? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure I'm following still. Friends are full of brain rot, make fun of me for not knowing any of it. I wouldn't make fun of you for not knowing it. Yeah? Okay. Sorry. Whoops, I've erased too much. I still feel like this isn't providing enough clarity. I'll go to YouTube and screenshot it, okay? Sorry, I'm just not following. Stealing this idea too? Go ahead, steal any of these ideas. But generally, I think the statement we're making about this design, it needs more layering. There's not enough layering. Also, more asymmetry. You're too symmetrical right now. All of your drips are completely horizontally mirrored, even in your hair. And it would benefit you to a great degree if that was not true. If, you know, this guy is longer on this side. Bam. What if this guy is longer on this side and has another drip on it? What if your bangs were shaped in a way that is consistent with the other drips on your body? Because right now they're really pointy when the rest of your hair is really not pointy. Consistency is good. Hi. Incredible. Incredible. Let me see if Ruku found it. Not yet. Okay. Anyways, either way. Yeah. So, okay. I do also think in order to make the face more focal, we are going to need a sweeping gradient on the clothing. I'm going to need some sort of gradient that is going to push this back. So I'm going to make it a little more purple and just darker. Whoops. Multiply, not pin light. No thanks. I also can't clip to this, so we'll just have to do our best to cover everything somewhat accurately. Hello! First time catching a Squeiji stream live, just want to say your videos and VODs I've seen have been so helpful throughout my own Vtubers design process. Really hope to submit my design for you to critique someday once I've made more progress with it. Good luck! I'm glad they've been helpful for you. I'll be excited to see what you make, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Good luck in your design process. It is a long and lengthy process, but I am sure you will triumph. What if you liquefy one pigtail to look like it's melting in a way? Yeah, we could probably do that. Make it melt a little more. More asymmetry in the pigtails. Let me just make this less intense first. Hang on. Okay, blend. There we go. And then not that dark either. But like that, maybe? That's making it less focal. It's lengthy, but it's so fun and educational. I really enjoy watching these critiques. I'm glad! I'm glad you enjoy watching them. Also, thank you for stopping by. Awesome sauce? Thanks. Ironic enjoyment is still enjoyment. I guess. Fell asleep. What number of design are we on? I don't know. I actually don't know what number we're on. This might be 5? This might be 5. I think this might be 5. Okay. Less focal. Pigtails. Make the pigtails have more drip. Were you guys suggesting that I just like liquefy it? I could liquefy tool it where if I like, it's gonna move other things around it, but like we could like that. Although I'm kind of liquefying everything else around it too. It's like that one's not sitting as centered, right? Pigtails? Yes, there are pigtails. I've kind of removed some of the legibility of the pigtails accidentally. But like, if this side is just droopier than the other, that could potentially be good. Let me reattach this though. I've accidentally made the side of the head strange. There we go. Yeah. Pigtail, longer, droopier, maybe even like that, perhaps. Droopier. Hee hee. Live suggestions? Thanks, Ruku. Oh, you mean like leaving just some gaps in it. Okay, I see. So like not entirely see-through like I have this layer right now. Where's this layer? But like, whoa, what's happening? Hello? Nope. Yeah, okay. It's like if I partially fill it in, so that there's some gaps in it. I think I'm following now. I think I got you. Thank you, Ruku. Adds to the distressed look. Yes, okay. I'm following now. I think I got it. Or I'll just leave some gaps. We can add more gaps, but I think this might be an appropriate amount of gaps in it. Fill this. And then remove some more of it so that it feels like. There we go. Bam, like that maybe. Yeah. Ruined my own chance of winning Gamba, but couldn't resist. You're good, don't worry about it. I don't think you've ruined any of your chances. It's okay. We can have little gaps, yeah, as a treat. I think that works. I would suggest maybe adding just a little more variety to the design. If you were to offset the skirt at this angle, that may also be nice to add some more asymmetry to the design. But I think the name of the game here is more asymmetry, more attention to material properties, and more variety in your color undertones to add interest. I do also think that you could have a more interesting eye color also. Hear me out here. I feel like blue would be good as an eye color, perhaps. It doesn't have to be that intense, but do you see how much more striking the eyes are now from a distance? They didn't read super clearly before because they were very purple in undertone. And it seems like you're doing colored scaleras too, so the scaleras could be colored to match whatever color we're making the eyes, but that makes the eyes pop a lot more. Blue eyes, maybe. You can do other colors. Green could work. Something that's more intense in color could also work. If the pink was more magenta, maybe it could work. Green could work. There's a lot of things that could work. But generally, eyes. Color that's not already in the palette, so that way they become more focal. I haven't done any grading for this one yet. Let me start grading. So, grade, generally. Level of detail. I think you need more specific details. I also feel like maybe you could benefit from a motif. Right now, you are just slime. Your design in being just slime, I'm not sure opens you up to the variety of interpretations the way that Freeforms does. Although you could do that, and that could add to the interest, but I fear that your concept right now just needs another layer to it. We need something else. Are you a slime? What kind of person are you trying to mimic as a slime? Are you trying to mimic the cave explorers who are going to dress a certain way? I feel like we just need a little bit more specificity in your fashion or some other motif. Similarly, for your level of detail, I want more detail. For your silhouette, I think that you are not too simplified, you are too symmetrical to an abundant degree. Gloop things up in a more asymmetrical way, add a little bit more diagonal movement as well too. But I would say that your hair right now is at least somewhat specific, as are your body proportions, with your 4 fingers and your wide legs that don't actually have regular feet that turn into little puddles, your hair shape with these 2 longer strands in the front. Those are all good moves for your silhouette. I think we just need the asymmetry. For focal point, it was your dress. Your eyes, unfortunately, weren't really doing anything to fight against it because they were just too low contrast with your skin. So I would say to increase your contrast by changing the color to a color that you don't have anywhere else in the design. And then for color palette, your shadow colors need to be perhaps a little bit more saturated. They need to be a little bit hue shifted because right now they're making you feel a little bit dull, unfortunately. And I would suggest doing a little bit more studying of the material properties of slime, so that way it feels just a little bit more specific to that. Because if you're gonna be a slime, commit to the material properties of a slime. So I might put you there for color. The colors don't need to be completely reconsidered, but I would suggest adding more variety in your hues, in your undertones, adding glosses more specific as we had suggested before, making it so that it feels like light is passing through you around the edges. Things like that can really go a long ways to make it feel like you are more thoroughly considered. Also, what color is a slime blush? You are blushing purple right now. That is cute, but how does a slime blush? Slime is an interesting adventure. It took 1 year to get my design to where it is now. Slime does take some work, I will say. It is not maybe the easiest path for rendering, especially for making a live 2D model also. I feel like there's some ways to make it in 3D that might work pretty well because there's some shaders that would work really well for it. But in live 2D, because of overlap, it could be a challenge with making parts move and not feel like they're overlapping each other if we're going for transparency, which is something that I would suggest. Love the idea of a glitter slime. Yeah, like, what if you have glitter? What if you have an oil sheen to you? What if you have other elements? I feel like a lot of that could benefit. The blush works the same way that dress becomes somehow pink. I guess that's fair. I guess you have control over your color, and you saw that humans have cute blushes on their face, so therefore you're mimicking it. But I think that is the gist of most of my critiques that I have here for you. I would also suggest add another motif. Find a fashion sense that relates to the people you are seeing coming into your cave, the adventurers, maybe a motif that also relates to the adventurers or something else. I think you just need another layer. You're just slime right now, and not in a way that feels like you're trying to be malleable. Right now it feels like you just need more to you. But I would say final grade, 1, 2, 3, 4 out of, is that, what are the counts to? 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4 out of 10. I think that you need just more specificity. And any one of those categories, if you improve upon it, will influence those other categories for the better as well. Yippee! I need snack. I am hungry. But can we get a round of applause for Amma, please? Round of applause. Oh, there we go. Now my hand tracking wants to work. It really did not want to track my hands earlier. Oh, hi there. We've been raided. Hi, Zenidora. Hi, Zenny. How are you? Welcome in. Hey. Truemates, can you rotate, please? Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to? Were you doing some 3D modeling or something else, perhaps? You were doing art, so I guess it may have been 3D modeling. But hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. I'm doing Vtuber design critiques right now, but I'm also a 3D modeler. I made me. I don't really do much in the way of high poly, but I've done some things. Got confused with it, a clap, laugh, or spin? You can clap for the design because we just finished looking at it, and you can also spin for the raiders, if you would like. Also, thank you for getting the shout out, mods. EG locks in, we might make 7. We could, it's not impossible. 7 could be possible. Hello, I was, yes. I didn't know you got a new outfit, it's beautiful. Thank you. This is my winter outfit I made myself last year, but I brought it back for this year for winter. I like being seasonal, but thank you. I'm very happy with it. I'm a cute little winter rabbit-themed skier this time of year. I do see the roommates also chanting for maybe art tags, but what were you up to, Zenny? Was it in fact 3D modeling or art? Would you care to share if it was? You can if you want. Gotta keep the fungi warm. Yeah, mushrooms do get kind of cold and dry in the winter, so we gotta take care of our health. Who stole my spacebar? Thank you for following also. I appreciate it. You can sniff Zenny, but be nice. Please allow Zenny personal space, if you'd be so kind. Gotta be warm. Yeah, I gotta stay warm. Let me save this one so I can at least have us look at the next one. We can perceive it. I'll pay my art tax. Working on fluffy cat ears for my 2.0. Oh, get the link ready now. Yeah, we're gonna see fluffy cat ears. Let's go. I want to see. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye. I'm gonna take a bite of snack. I'm going to take a sip of drink, which raiders, you should also do. You should do things like eat and drink and maybe snark me if you have to. If you want to stick around for the Vtubers and critiques, you are welcome to do so. You are welcome here. However, if you need to take care of your health, please do so. Please do so. Please take care of your health. You're so cool. Thank you for helping. I'm gonna debut this month. Congrats! You're the best. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I appreciate it. This one is a YouTuber? Yes. I believe so. Yes. I trust you, Rex, and what you've said. Let me read the deets and then I will get the snacks. So this is Barrels. She/they at Sloppy Barrels. I am a mergoat who lost my tail in the process of praying for the ability to fly. You can walk on land and swim. Why do you need to fly too? That's crazy. That's greed. I'm kidding. Here's my lore video for more context. These are my motifs and their symbolism. Hearts are for yearning. The eyes, which are distributed throughout, are for guilt, being put on watch. Ribbons imply being tied down. The wave shapes are a nod to being a mer creature. Fake wings, wanting to be free. Also, I chose being a mergoat because I'm a Capricorn. I was wondering if my design was distinct/memorable, even or enough, and if you think it's a good representation of my lore. Thank you. Unfortunately, you sending me that video, I could not get it to load. My computer said absolutely not to watching a video, so I was not able to view your lore, unfortunately. However, I do think your motifs do make it clear the type of character you're going for enough. Also, we have art tags. Hang on. Art tags! Those are some seriously fluffy ears. I will say, one of the things that I find most challenging to 3D model is fur trim, because I feel like it never looks natural enough, but this is some natural looking fur fluff for ears. Look how cute! You're gonna be so fluffy! I never know where to draw the line as to where you have enough little spokes of it. But look at all these nice little bits jutting out into the exterior shape. All the little fluff inside of the ear is so cute. You're gonna be so fluffy. I'm so excited for you, Zenny. It's cute. Shreds, can you say thank you for the delicious, delectable art tax? I see you eating it, Mad Buns. Go ahead. You can snack, maybe. Kindly. Respectfully. But Zenny's going to be so fluffy. I have not seen much of the Francosphere 2D yet also, so I'm very intrigued by your new face sculpt, too. I see your little nose. Hey, Shroommates, 3D hack. If you need your nose to be really clear when you make a 3D model, you just give it its own little island. I'm revealing secrets. I guess those aren't so secret, but I think similar thing is happening right now for Zenny's little eye creases. That's how mine work also, if you zoom in on me. I've got those little, top of eye creases, and it's geometry. It's not a texture. It's a texture, or it's a geometry that is completely filled, so it stays crisp at all times. Hacks. It's very cool. Thank you for sharing, Zenny! But if you need to do things to take care of your health, please do so. Classified VTuber secrets revealed. I don't think this is classified. I think these are things that generally people who do 3D VTuber modeling do talk about in many places. Thank you is a hair particle system with a single mesh as a source. 30 minutes finding the tutorial on how to do it again as I forgot. Wait! That's a really good idea. I didn't know that. I may have to look into that. If you have that tutorial, I'd be intrigued. Because let me tell you, the way that my fluff right now in this works, they're all just circles and they're not at all combined. I take the lazy route all the time with things where I ignore normals half the time because my shader doesn't really interact with normals at all because it's panosphere. But interesting. I'm intrigued. Wait, hair for ear fluff? Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Interesting. If you find the tutorial, we may be intrigued to hear it. Closed caption broke again. Hey, guy, my captions, please. Could you work? There we go. See, they listen to me in fact nicely. Let me take my sippy of beverage and my bite of snack, and then we will look at the next design we were looking at, though. We were getting started a little bit with it. Bam. Barrels. Observe barrels. This critique is going to help me next week because the concept is similar. Ah, interesting. Yeah, asking nicely does work. You'd be surprised how often asking nicely for something does work. It does work. Hi, I'm here looking while relaxing to fun art education after work. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy. I hope you do get some relaxation in after working hard, though, through your day. Hot chalky. Might this be I have to pee pose? A little bit. Kinda, yeah. A little bit. The toes are turned in, and the knees are turned in, so I would say perhaps yes. Are there spot blacks in this design? I don't think there are. That doesn't qualify. That's actually a red. Darn it. Man, I wanted spot blacks. I don't think I'm getting bingo today, unfortunately. RIP! If so, then bingo for me too. I'm so happy for you, Amber and Karma Chaos. I'm so happy for you that you guys got bingo. I'm not jealous at all. I'm not even slightly jealous. I couldn't possibly be jealous. Jealousy is not a thing known to me. I couldn't be. Ad break is done. Welcome back from ads. Sorry you were in ad jail. Let me take my bite of snack. I was stalling by eating and drinking. Munch. Nowhere close to bingo? If I steal somebody's limb, I will get bingo, but I don't feel like I'm gonna need to do that. And the next closest angle is if... Oh, I did change an eye color. If we get a Twitch TOS violation, which is not something I wish for. Oh, wait, or if I scale up an accessory. There's a couple ways. Oh, wait! Zenny is blessed us with tutorial. Here's a tutorial. Here's the tutorial. I use this one with a few different settings to make the fluff stick out more. Spear mesh instead of a tail one, and a 3D fluff piece instead of the flat triangle plane. Interesting. I'm gonna grab this for later. This is a mystery masker tool that we will use later. Oops, it's playing audio. Whoops. Thank you, Zenny. Thank you for tutorial. I'm very happy to have it. I will stick that in my back pocket for use later. Why in the world would I need a hair tutorial when I don't have normal hair? That's for me to know and you to find out eventually. Maybe. Maybe. So many cute models today. I know. We've been efficient getting through them today. So, for barrels, I do want to say that outside of this one little change of the arm from being a tie on one side to eyes on the other side, and this one lock of hair in the front being longer, this design is almost completely symmetrical. Not the end of the world, but I do think that the design could benefit from a little bit of natural asymmetry. The hair has some natural asymmetry to it too, where they're not exactly mirrored in the way that the little tufts are placed, but we could increase the effect perhaps. But let me just do a silhouette test right here. Bam. So I would say that the proportions are helping the silhouette be memorable, because you are a little bit condensed in stature, if that's the right word to use for it, where you are how many heads tall? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're 6 heads tall? That's interesting. You feel like you're not really 6 heads tall, but that might maybe because your head is really wide. I don't feel like I'm 5 or 6 heads tall because my head is really wide, and you may be having the same thing happen. But your silhouette, I would say, is relatively recognizable. You have a long torso, you've got a wide skirt, your ribbons in the back are adding to it, even though I thought they were tails at first. Your hair, I feel like, could use something to break it up and add a little negative space. But honestly, somewhat recognizable in silhouette. Definitely not a blob, far from. I do feel like maybe, even if we just saw like a little bit in here, let me see. If you had, why can't I draw? Hello? Just a little bit of something in here where we can see that there's some gap in the hair in the back of the head. That would do a lot for making the silhouette just have a little bit more interest. How are you gonna make wings not symmetrical, teacher? E.g. pose, where maybe they're leaning off to one side of the body. Also, if their detailing isn't perfectly symmetrical, that could work. If one of them has a little bit of damage, maybe. Those are things you do to make wings asymmetrical. However, wings are something that I would say is fine to be perfectly symmetrical. If you have a design where you have wings and you're looking for a way to be not as perfectly symmetrical, put the asymmetry somewhere else, maybe in your outfit or your hair or somewhere else. Wings are fine to be symmetrical because that is what we expect them to be in nature. Nature does kind of like symmetry, but fashion likes asymmetry. Their arms and torso are very long, but the legs are short with a small head. Yeah, that may be why the proportion feels a little bit more specific too. Because the fingers do reach like mid-thigh, but you're right, the arms are quite long here. Yeah. Yeah. So, as far as other elements go here, I do see a lot of the references that you're making as far as motifs go, but I'm not sure that all of them are reading very clearly. I would not have guessed that there is a mer aspect going on here. I'm not guessing anything aquatic having looked at this. I can see how scalloping may relate to water or shoreline or waves. However, I'm not sure it's necessarily reading it that way. And these things that I think you guys are reading as tails, I think are just the end ties of the ribbon. I'm not sure those are tails. They might be, but they might not be. That ambiguity is perhaps something that could be clarified in the design. What does a mer goat look like? Also would be another question I would ask, because I feel like I'm also not in a position where I would necessarily know. Mer goat. How is Capricorn depicted? It seems like Capricorn or like mer goats are depicted as having the top half of their body being goat-like and the bottom half of the body turning into like a more mermaid-like tail. Yeah, front goat, back fish. So honestly, I may suggest to you changing the bottom half of your body to be fish. Although that doesn't really help with our read on the top of your body. Similarly, your horns are getting lost in your hair right now because their values are somewhat similar to your shading colors. And their hue is also very similar to your hair colors. So I would suggest giving yourself a horn shape that sticks out off of your body a little bit more so that it can also add to your silhouette too. Didn't they give up their tail for flight ability? Wait, did they say they gave up their tail? Oh, lost my tail in the process of praying for the ability to fly. I do understand that. However, you don't read as being in any way aquatic though, and if it is important that you are a mer goat, I don't think you're reading as one right now. Maybe you lost your tail, but you didn't lose something else. Maybe you have something else that denotes that you are a creature who finds their home in the ocean. Like, maybe this is just a silly thing to suggest, but like, if you had some sort of webbing to your fingers, that could be a very quick way for us to realize that you are aquatic in nature. Or if you had it under your arms or just somewhere else where, you know, you lost your tail, but you didn't lose all of your aquatic elements. Yeah. Arm fins, gills, scales, yeah. Things like that I feel like would be beneficial to make it clear that that is what you are. If you had gills, that may also be interesting too. Although gills with fur might be an odd combo. I'm not sure where I would suggest to put the gills right now because your neck is sort of hidden. And that tends to be where we often place gills if we're placing them on a human. If you remove the tail, why is that even a part of the lore? That is part of the question that I ask, yeah. Things to consider. Why be a mer goat if you're not going to be a mer goat? We can make references to the ocean, but I fear that you're doing yourself a disservice by writing that out of your design if it's a part of your concept. For as much as there may be other creative things we can do to bring it back in a little bit, I just feel like you're doing yourself a disservice in some way. But, you know, we can add, like, some sort of, like, fin to your arms, maybe, to make it clear. Ariel's still technically a mermaid when she lost her tail. I mean, that's true, but Ariel was trying to disguise herself among humans, and also didn't really have anything to alert us that she was a mermaid when she was on land, because she is not trying to make it obvious that she's a mermaid on land. She's trying to fit in with people. She wants to do as they do, gonna get the same critique? What do you mean? What do you mean you're gonna get the same critique? This character I don't think is trying to pretend they're not a Mergo. They're not trying to blend in with others. Let me just duplicate this. Transform, flip horizontal. I've used the hair color for the fins just because I feel like it'd be consistent that if you are a creature, your hair, I guess, would be consistent with the other colors of things growing on your body, maybe. Maybe damaged fins to show failed attempts at flying. Perhaps that could be a good option. Maybe if I just like... Whoops. Hang on. Hello? There we go. Maybe those are torn up a little bit, or like have little bits that are missing from them. That could work. Ear fins. I feel like the ear fins may make it less clear that this fella is a goat also. For as much as I sometimes say that female goats sometimes don't have as long of horns, is that always true? I guess it would depend on what type of goat you are. Because, like, longhorn goats... I feel like still have horns that extend off the top of their head. They're still shorter than the, like, male of the species, males of the species. However, they still extend off the top of the head and they're decently longer. Because I think that that would be something that would help me to read the goat aspects. The ears are getting a little bit lost in the hair right now. Whoops, hang on. Make this a little bigger. Lord, doesn't match well with the design. Maybe, like, I can see the wing motifs as relating to the desire for freedom. The eyes make a little bit of sense, but yeah, I'm not sure I'm reading some of the aspects very clearly. Like, the thing that I'm thinking about with goat horns, a lot of the ones that I see do this thing where they kind of arc in and then out. But I feel like I'd have to completely change the way these horns are shaped for it to work that way. And I don't want to make this character look too demonic at the same time. Whoops, hang on. Eraser. Bam. And then if you give it that sort of like squared structure to it, it might read a little bit more goat-like. Although I feel like this still might be a little bit demon-like, because I made it really spindly. Let's see, can I make it feel less demon-like if I thicken it a little bit, maybe? Perhaps. My question is if they had tail and legs, or just a tail before. If just a tail before, her legs still have fins, and the tail split to form legs. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe I could draw a goat mermaid? I feel like a goat mermaid... I don't know. Maybe ram horns like seashells? What do you mean like seashells? What do you mean like seashells? I'm not sure I know what you mean by like seashells. Transform, flip horizontal. Move this over here. Their OG horns are like sea slugs. Yeah, the OG horns do kind of look a little bit like sea slug horns, which, as a reference to the ocean, makes a little bit of sense, but I'm not sure if it works. Curly ram horns look like sea snail shells, like the ones she sells by the seashore. I don't know what you mean! I am selling shells by the seashore. I don't know who Sally is. I've never met her. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, you mean, like, if the horns, like, really started to spiral, they would go like this, and therefore feel like when seashells are rounded like that, you know, where, like, if we can see the inside here, like that? Is that what you mean? Whelk shell horns? I could see that working, mayhaps, but I'm still not sure that that would read clearly as a horn, but it might be a cute thing to do. Maybe if I pull it to, like, a point or something at the end? I might need to render it so that way it makes sense. But, like, that would be there, and then this would be, like, here, right? And then, like that? I still worry that this may not read clearly as a ram horn, but we could try it. Maybe it's just a skill issue on my part, though. More like an Aries. Yeah, that may look more Aries than Capricorn, you're right. Oh, no. Oh, Crawls on a 2D plane like ammonites. Oh, that could be interesting too, but I still fear that that may also push us to look a little bit more like Aries than we're intending for as well. Because I think we assume broader horns being Aries, but like you could have, yeah, like Oh, probably want to be thicker than that. Like, where it's, like... Oh, I don't even know how I'd want to draw that. Let's see. Like that, and then it's thicker at the base, and then spirals into thinner? On a 2D plane? What if we just went full conch shell for the horns? You could, I guess, but I don't know. I still fear that that wouldn't read goat-like enough. This is easier to rig. I would imagine this is probably easier to rig. I feel like this one might work a little bit better, but I'm still not sure that this is going to read as an ammonite, potentially. I mean, I guess if we had like the squared off little bits on it, where you get the little like... Maybe? Maybe? But I do think there may be other areas we can add a little bit more ocean reference, and I think that the scalloping could be done in a way that feels more like an ocean than it is right now. Hang on. Ocean. Like, we could have a more direct ocean texture somewhere, perhaps, where these don't really feel like waves lapping at a shore quite so much the way they are right now. And I feel like you can get something out of layering these that feels scale-like, that could be a reference to water. You know what I mean? Like the gap smaller, non-existent, it reads as ammonite to me. I guess if we made that tighter, it could. I'm trying to think of how to make a pattern for this that isn't gonna feel like a bathroom pattern. But I'm thinking about, like, you know, on this green area of the design, if we had something, I'm gonna cover these hearts. I don't know if the hearts really make sense being right here. But if you had something that was like, here's the center of my shell, here's like the edge of the shell, which is creating like that ruching, and maybe there's like a thinner inner line on it. Hang on, that should have connected there. So then these just look like shells themselves, the way that they are layered. Do you know what I mean? Or I'm thinking about, like, for the eyes, can you imagine if instead of just being eyeballs like that, if we had our shells that are like this, and then they come down to the bottom part where it's like open? And then you can see that this is like a gap here where we can see to the inside. If instead of just being eyeballs that are just sort of floating on the dress, we had eyeballs that are sort of like living inside of a shell, that could be interesting, where now we've merged two motifs together, perhaps, right? Eyes are very focal because they're red. I do agree with that. I feel like the eyes may work better if we just made them one of the green colors that's already throughout the design. But if we put the eye inside of the shells, then suddenly they become a more specific motif. Maybe they add some dimension. They're not just patterned on, but they're a physical object that's attached to this ribbon or something. But I do think that they could use to be added to the design in a slightly different manner. Swap the more neon green with the red. What more neon green? You mean the neon green around the face? I guess you could, and that would distribute the red more in the higher part of the design. But I feel like the green is part of what is pulling the design together right now. But if we had more of these on here that were red, let's see. I mean, that distributes it a little bit more. Honestly, the red eyes on the skirt aren't what makes the skirts, or the skirt of the dress, distracting to me. The teal is what makes it distracting. The teal is so much more saturated than I feel like most of the rest of the design is. And the teal is the color that also borders a lot of the dark colors. So that's what I'm finding to be the most distracting right now. Also, I'm amused by the choice of bell for the creature. Often when we think of like the type of bell that a goat or a cow would wear, we think of more of the traditional... Hang on. We think more of like the squared off bells as opposed to the rounded cat-like bell. And I feel like this may also help us to place what type of animal you are a little bit easier too. So like if we could see, whoops, hang on. That we're like looking inside of a bell. Let me darken it. There we go. And then there's like this thing, and then we get like, I don't know, like your highlight or something on it. I feel like that would make a little bit more sense as a neck piece. Honestly, might want to make it a little bit bigger so it reads a little bit better from a distance. But I do think that you have a lot of motifs. I'm just not sure that they're reading very clearly right now, unfortunately. For a number of reasons. We're like the scalloping relating to... Did you say waves? Is that what you said? Wave shapes and nod to a mermaid creature. You could have maybe like tears to them so they read like scales as opposed to them just reading like waves, because I feel like part of what makes a wave read as a wave is the white cap also, or white variety maybe. Shape the bell like a seashell, like the scalloping texture. We could scallop the bell a little bit, yeah. I feel like that's a little bit strange right now, but yeah. Or like you could even have at the top of it, you know how like shells have that little like part where they hinge shut when they close? It's either a scallop or a jellyfish because scallops have a lot of eyes. Ooh, can you imagine this with having some little like jellyfish like tendrils coming out from under it that are made out of like the ribbon texture, where the ribbons have like little rounded bits at the ends, but like that. Then we're getting clearer references maybe to... Whoops, I've drawn that in a perfect tangent with the leg. I don't know why I did that. Aquatic creatures. But these are good ideas. The goats, that's a goat's what? 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 Skeleton jellyfish, I'll put it in the middle. Oh, I'm sorry. I did directly center it. I'll put it right here. Is that better? Sorry, Rex. Know that that's not what I meant by it. There we go. And then just add a couple more of these mayhaps, or like maybe we can see that there's like one behind the leg in here. Maybe you get one that's like even longer here. Another good opportunity to add some subtle asymmetry to the design. Man, I made another tangent. Whoopsie. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't make tangents. But this may read a little bit more clearly as a aquatic creature if we add things that read like tentacles. Whoa, that's not the color I selected, I swear. And honestly, maybe they could be a different color too. I'm not sure that I'm sold on them being this brown color, but dangly drapey things under here could be jellyfish reference to get you more in the aquatic area. If I go like this, then we might be able to see them if I draw them here. There we go. That adds to silhouette in a nice way, maybe two. Make a shorter one on this side. There we go. Perhaps. Oh, I wonder if we could also get like a moon jelly pattern in here too on the skirt or something. Just thoughts. Also, the way that I shaped these bits down here almost read like bubbles, and I wonder if bubbles could also be something that helps as far as a texture goes. But generally, I think the critique here we have for your concept is that I'm not really getting most of your concept, unfortunately. Some of the goat parts I can see, but I think that's it. If I didn't know any better, I would have guessed that you are just a goat. I would not have guessed that there is a mer angle. I would not have guessed that there is a freedom angle where you lost your legs. I would not have guessed, yeah, really anything about aquatics and stuff like that. There are hearts, but they're very small, and I would have guessed that they're probably just decorative. The eyeballs also feel to be just decorative, and a lot of your motifs are sort of just stamped on like a decal. They're not integrated into the physical design, where the hearts are and the eyeballs are just drawn onto the pattern of the clothing. Whereas if they were integrated into the inside of a shell or something else, they may work better. Maybe ribbons tied as shackles around the ankles? Maybe. Yeah, because I'm not also seeing the restraint angle of the ribbons either. The ribbons don't feel like they're restraining you at all. It just feels like you have a couple things tied on you. If you want to go for something that feels like restraint, you may need to have more of them in other places where it seems like they've been torn or ripped. But I'm not sure we're really getting that. Let's take a quick touch of horn shape and life suggestions. Let me see. Oh, spiraling them might be interesting. Also, let me look at this. There we go. Bam. Spiraling the horns could be cool also to feel a little bit more aquatic. Also, I like what you did for the eyebrows. That makes them feel a little bit shell-like as well. I agree with these things, maybe. Ribbons, like shackles around the ankles. Something. You need more. I wonder if also tying knots in the ribbon might make it feel like we're emphasizing restraint a little bit more. Where right now, if the ribbons are just like long and free, they feel okay. But if the ribbons are tattered and torn up a little bit or like tied some way, that may also help reinforce the shackled nature of it. The fake wings, I'm really only seeing the fake wings in your hair accessories. I wonder if these things are also meant to be fake wings. They're not really reading like a wing right now. I feel like it might need just like a little bit more, like another spoke or something, so they read like a wing. The other thing I might suggest is, why do we have to have angel wings even? You could have butterfly wings, you could have beetle wings, you could have fairy-like wings. Why do you have to have an angel-like wing? There's more variety we could perhaps have, maybe, in that. But let me start putting some grade bits down. Man, I thought we'd get to the next one. But, so, concept. I think I'm missing most of your concept, unfortunately, visually. You're a goat, and I think that's all I'm getting from you visually. A lot of your motifs, I think, could be leaned into a little bit harder and used in a way that's not treating them as decals, where they're sort of placed on it. Oh, thank you for hydration. I will have a little hot chalky. For your focal point, your dress is mostly focal for me because the eyes are red, which is high chroma, so that does tend to be distracting. We also tend to, as people, want to look at eyes innately, so putting a lot of them on the dress does also draw our attention. And the greens of your dress, the teal, where they border super dark colors like the browns and this darker purple, makes them really high contrast. So all of that is making your dress more focal than your faces for me, unfortunately. I think we can distribute the red around a little bit, and that does help to make the face more focal. But I wonder if we need more contrast around the head, because I am also losing your hair to your neck a little bit. We'll get to that. But focal point. I'm not really sure there's a lot that your face is doing to try and compete against the level of detail in your torso and variety of colors in your torso and the contrast in your torso. So increase detail around your face, increase the contrast around your face, and decrease those things in the rest of your body. As I was saying about clarity, I'm losing your neck to the back of your shoulders a little bit. I think that we could just push the value of your hair a little bit more too. Let me do something just to check. Correction layer. Saturation. Yoink. None. Oh, so surprisingly, a lot of your shadows don't have a lot of contrast to them. They're not very much darker than the color they're providing shadow to, other than in your neck. But if I were to go like this and I'm just gonna grab like a blue or something on a multiply layer. If I were to push back this area around your head and under your ears a little bit more, just to give your head some more depth, we can push back some of the shadows in your hair as well. Those things will help to make your head more focal because there's not as many dark colors in your upper body. I may have to gradate this part out right there because it might just be a little bit too stark the way it is the way I'm drawing it now. But like, make your part a little bit darker, perhaps. And then under here maybe, and maybe in there, and maybe under some of these accessories, and maybe here. So that way we'll add a little bit of clarity for where your ears are, and maybe like under here too. Maybe some of this bit could use a little bit of it, but not a ton, where it's gonna border and maybe touch the hair under your, behind your head. And then we can pull back and see what this looks like, and see if this is helping. Because I have a feeling it might help with making your head more focal, and it may also help with clarity around your head. Let's see. Ho ho! I do think that is helping. It's making your head pop a little bit more too. Squiiji, if body eyes are focal, how to make them less focal / very relevant question. We just have to make the head out compete them, essentially. They're gonna be focal. We just have to make something that is more focal. So, if we make the eyes darker, if they're not as high saturation, let me grab like color layer here. If I go like this, I'll turn it down a little bit so they still feel somewhat red. if I go like this and reduce their contrast, now they're somewhat less focal. If I were to take the center point of them and make it, instead of the full dark color, made it a lighter purple, that'll decrease the contrast even further. Honestly, this may be an okay level of focus for them. See, they're not popping quite as much now. And then, not alternatively, but on top of that, we would just need to push detail around the head. So, if there were more elements that are eye-like up here, we could outcompete it in terms of quantity of eyes that we're looking at. Like, if the insides of the ears had eyes in them, that might make us look up here a little bit more because it feels a little bit uncanny. If we made the horns even bigger, if we had more exaggeration up around the face, that would also help with it. But yeah, unfortunately, the eyes were doing a bit of outcompeting at the moment. I think color distribution, the colors themselves are fine. Pink, purple, green, and gold do form a nice color palette. I do think you should be consistent about the wing color. Where's my color layer? And make the wings that are in your hair as gold and undertone as you've made them on your chest. Because right now, also, the fact that this gold is really only occurring right here in your chest and in a large amount does make it stand out a good bit as well, where it's less important if we put it in more places, perhaps. Darker sclera. Yeah, darker sclera does help, yes. Still alive? Oh, bye. Hello. Goodbye. Who's she? I don't know who we're talking about. Anything else here? Honestly, I feel like the eye color could also be modified to make it more distinct too, where the eye color is reusing the teal from the body, but once again, if the eyes are a color that we aren't seeing elsewhere, that'll just make them pop all the more too. Who is she? Who is she? Are we talking about her? I'm not a her, so it can't be me. Couldn't possibly be discussing EG. Even the Pixie, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Let me just try for the eyes. Oh wait, I also accidentally covered the red of these eyes. What color do we think for eyeballs? Maybe, because they're green right now. I don't want to just do blue eyes again. We just gave someone blue eyes. But blue contrasts really well with pink sometimes. Well, I feel like the blue isn't really doing quite enough. Oh, welcome back, Anderson Twitch! I renew myself, I get my founder badge, I go back to lurking and hope my law school application works. Rotate for good luck. Good luck! Good luck in your law school application. I hope you get in. Shoemates, wish them luck, please. Also, welcome back for 16 months. Thank you for returning. Hope you enjoy your rotation and your lurking, and I'm wishing you an abundance of luck. You got this. Man, law school's tricky, but it is well worth the work. You got it. Insert EG rotations. There you go. That works. If you want to rotate, we sometimes will post like a couple, like a phase or two of the moon to pretend we're rotating. That kind of works when you don't have the rotate emote, maybe. But I appreciate all of you wishing them luck. Thank you, Shroommates, for kindness. I don't think blue is working for eyes here. Me and my typos together, that's okay. Don't even worry about it. What color should this be? Tonal correction, hue saturation, luminosity. Okay, let's see. Let's slide through some hues to see if I can find something that helps. Like this, maybe. That blue is a little bit focal. Right? Perhaps? At least we can find another one. Purple's a no, pink is a no. It's elsewhere. Red is a no because it's elsewhere. I don't think gold works. I often don't think gold works. Slightly more lime green might work though. Honestly, I feel like that darker blue may be the best bet we have. Although maybe just saturating the eyes a bit helps too. Eyeliner or eyeshadow, that could also be beneficial. I may push the eyes to being this blue, because I feel like that is helping. But if we did something else to accentuate the eyes, like maybe reusing this color as an eyeshadow or something, that will just increase detail around the face, which is something we need to do anyway. Let's see. I think that kind of works. Just from watching on the phone, but it's hard to see the eye color in general from far away. That's totally fair. So you are also realizing I'm scrolling out real far so that it falls away. The eyes aren't super big, so they're not going to be able to do all that much to draw an attention anyways. But I do think it might be interesting for the eyes to be super distinct from the red. Maybe them being green was intentional so they're opposites, but I do think that they stand out a little better with blue. And I wonder if the under eye color could be the brighter red as opposed to the more maroon choice that was made. Let's see. I feel like that's helping some, but generally, hang on, what did we not talk about? Oh, color palette. Distribute your gold a little bit more throughout and maybe modify your eye color. But honestly, the colors otherwise are mostly okay. I don't really have any concerns with them other than that. You may want to push your values a little bit more in general, especially around your hair though. For your silhouette, I would say your silhouette is distinct because of your proportions, as I said earlier. I do think we can push it a little bit more, especially by adding some asymmetry. That's what we were sort of doing with your tail and your little fins, which is also helping your concept. But it's not a bad silhouette by any means. I think you just need more asymmetry abundantly. And then for complexity versus clarity, you have a lot of details, and for the fact that you've mentioned why you've included all of those motifs, the way that they've been integrated into the design does not feel as specific as it could. So I think that you could revisit that so that the details just feel a little bit more specific, where we're talking about combining details, combining motifs. What if your eyes become hearts? What if your wave patterns become scales? What if your wings become something else? Finding ways to merge things will help them to feel a little bit more cohesive. Right now it feels like we sort of just grabbed a couple of things and placed them on the design, where if you merge them and integrate them, that would help to make them read more cohesive and like they are a more thoroughly considered part of the design, you know? So I think I'd put you here for that one. Like, choose a sea creature and stick with it. Yeah, choose a sea creature, or like choose to have shells as a motif, and then you find a way to make your hearts and your eyes relate back to shells everywhere that they are. Find something to unite them. I think you need something that unites elements to make them more cohesive. Blood red eyes. I think that they're intentionally not going for blood red eyes because that's the color of the eyes that are watching them. So maybe to avoid the feeling like they are not the one doing the watching, they are being watched. So therefore, I don't think the eyes should be the same color exactly, maybe. You know what I mean? But I think this is the grade that I would give here. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4.5, 5 out of 10? I think that's appropriate. It is a neat design. Your inhuman nature is cool. But I think you could capitalize more on your concept, and we can integrate motifs a little bit more. But good work! Can we get a round of applause, please, for barrels? How many designs did I actually critique? How many designs did I actually critique? I don't know how many designs I critiqued today. Was it 6? I was hoping I'd make it to 7, because we were pretty quick with a couple of them, but I may have just not been locked in. 5? No way. No. Could not be 5. No way. We looked at more than 5. Right? It cannot be. Cannot be. Could not be. No. No way. Hang on. We did Inti, and then 3 thumbnail fellas. And then we did our gloop fella we just did, and then we did barrels. So always do one more to get to 7. But it's 6 p.m. It's 6 p.m. Hoshi, not you posting the funny numbers. It is 6. We did look at 6 designs. I have counted. It was 6. This is the 6th one. 2 before the slime. This one, might have missed one. Yeah, shark, fae, slime, slime 2, goat. No, we're missing one. Shark, fae, alien, slime, slime 2, and goat. We're at 6. It's 6. It is 6. I'm counting. It's 6. It was 6. Wait, how could we forget about Aphrodite? Yeah, lava lamp alien. So it was 6. Man, I thought I'd get to 7 today, but that's okay. What can you do? I did yap for a long time at the beginning of stream, though. That is my fault. I was locked out. I had a lot to say. How many are left in the non-humanoid folder? 3. 2. I lied. There's 2. There are only 2 left in the non-humanoid folder, which makes me feel a little bit bad about the fact that we didn't get through them all. But maybe I'll grab these fellas if we do another Sorry We Missed You themed stream, which we've done before, where there's like one guy left in a folder. We go back. So maybe we'll do a Sorry We Missed You and grab these 2, as well as a couple from others. Well, that one's cool. Yeah, there's some cool ones in here. This fella's, a water fae with frog and, fish aspects. This is a cute little pig. Yeah. Furry stream. See, I couldn't do a dedicated furry stream because we didn't have enough furries specifically. There weren't enough. The slimes had to pad out our numbers a little bit, and alien. Is there enough for furry critique? There is not, unfortunately, because under furry, that also doesn't include scaly or feathery. Although, I mean, I guess if I said that, it could be technically a catch-all. We just didn't have enough, unfortunately. So, maybe we'll do the Sorry We Missed You and grab them, but for prediction's sake, here is your 6. Oh! Chokorama! Congrats on skipping the line! Congrats! Let me write you down on my list. I also need to cross out Inti because we did yours today. Chokorama, are you ready for a critique? Are you ready to be critiqued? I got enough. I'm proud of you. Good work in your saving. Are you ready to go next week? Yes? Okay. Sorry, we're at the end here. It doesn't mean, unfortunately, it does not mean that we'll critique right now. I have to go eat. This is my closing time, but this means you will be first next week on Monday. You're ready? Okay, so I'll put a star next to you so that I remember that you are prepared and ready. Totally okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm proud of you for skipping the line, though. Thank you for sticking around for so long. I'll be excited to see. I'm intrigued to see what you have. Make sure your submission is up to date, and we'll be looking forward to starting with you next Monday. But yeah, 6. We did get through 6. YouTube always predicts I'll do 5, regardless of how many I actually do. I don't know why you guys are so little faith. I am going to have more than that. I promise. What are you having for dinner, if you don't mind sharing? I actually have no clue what I'm having for dinner. We have not figured it out yet. I'll figure it out. There'll be something. We'll eat it. I gotta look in my cabinets to see what we have that we can cook. We'll eat it. I had so much faith. I appreciate it, Roku. I also thought I'd get through 7, but I did not, and I'm so sorry. But, is there anything else I have to say here today? I don't think there is. Thursday, we are starting 2 hours early because I want to take a hefty bite out of the remainders of the Arknights designs for the tier list. If you can't make it 2 hours early, that is a-okay. I will be here and I will work on it. I will get it done because we are not going to complete the Arknights character design tier list this week. There's no shot. But I at least want to guarantee that we complete it next week, which I think I can do if I start 2 hours early on Thursday and work hard. Yeah. And then also on Thursday or Friday, I am going to play Arknights. I'm going to attempt to play Arknights. I found a way to do it. There is a Google Play app you can have on Windows and download the game through. So it seems like that works and is happening. I downloaded it today and I signed in and it seems like it works. So I will be attempting to play that game on Friday. We'll see if my computer likes it. I'm not using BlueStacks, I'm just using the one that Google Play has, the official one. Which seems like a better thing to do, because BlueStacks is like emulating, technically. Meanwhile, Google Play seems like it's official in some capacity. How many Arknights characters are there? Close to 400. Very close to 400. Very close to 400. Good luck with the gacha. I don't care about the gacha. I just want to play a little strategy game, and I'm sure that I'm early enough in the game where the gacha does not matter at all to me. We'll see, we'll see. I'm sure that because it's like anniversary right now, and also because I'm a new player, they'll be kind and give me lots of currency. And I will play with that and make the most of it. But yeah, thank you for wishing me luck. Let me snooze this ad so that I can raid us out and go have my food. Have you seen Silver Palace? I don't know what that means, so no. I'm gonna guess not. There is an early difficulty gatekeep. Oh god, okay. Have you ever done an Uma design critique? I have! We did at length Uma design critiques. We critiqued Gold Ship and Rudolph and I think Special Week and Southern Suzuka and Opera and I actually can't remember who else. There were a couple more, I think. But we will. Our next tier list after this one is going to be for Umas, and you better bet I have a lot of opinions. I got a lot of feelings about Uma Musume. I got a lot of thoughts on it. But yes, I do need to raid out. I do need to raid out because I need to eat. But thank you guys for hanging out. YouTube showmates, I can't send you anywhere, so bye. Bye-bye, show me later. Bye. End. And then